never seen. A man not afraid to die, gave his life for a dream. Born hustler, so the game conceived. A caged beast, but now I'm free. How can you blame me? I was born for this, the game chose me. Ready. My whole clique since '06 was on the bottom, now we running this. Grind hard when the load gets heavy. The money was slow, but now it's steady. You boys is not ready.
Our thanks go to sponsors and partners, without whom this event would not be possible. Funding partner, UK Sport. Official partner, Speedo. Official suppliers, Lumi. Merthyr Pools. Malmston. Supporting partners, Sport Systems. Marketing Sheffield. Sheffield International Venues.
Already getting out there on the continent, and it's not even 9 o'clock yet.
Are they chilling by the pool by any chance? Shout out to Izzy Thompson, who says, Summer Champs 16, Abby Smith fan club, let's go. Worcester encouraging on there, Simmers. Fiona's got in touch saying, good luck to you. Emily, Jacob, Jasmine, Leonie, Madison and Jazz. Swindon cheering on there. Simmers as well. Tim Geary's in the house. He's ready to cheer Will and his teammate Matt in their first British champs. Let's go Worcester. So as you can see, the swimmers prepping near the starters block. Looks like they're just about ready. Our officials are very much ready to go. We too are here in the commentary box, ready to go. One final question, and it goes to you, ladies and gents. Are you ready? A few more than the week. But I reckon as it's the weekend, you've got every right to let loose and be a little bit louder. One more final time, ladies and gents, before we get things underway this morning. Are you ready? So without further ado then, let's get things underway here. Our first event is event 501, the women's 400 meters freestyle. This is heat number 1.
So we're off and underway with the first race of the morning session. Of course, the women's open 400 meter freestyle heats. And kicking us off in lane 3 this morning from City of Sheffield is Alice Thickett. In lane 4, representing Mount Kelly is Georgina Dennis. And in 5 from City of Leicester is Maisie Elliott. Well, despite the relatively long distance of 400 metres, it has to be said that the times, qualifying times for this heat, all very close to each other in this one. No more than 0.2 seconds separating Georgina Dennis, the quickest qualifier, and Alice Thickett of City of Sheffield. That's the 3rd time going into this heat. And in the very early stages so far, a similar tale is beginning to unfold here. So just a reminder, 10 of these heats to come, 9 after this one. This will come before the men's 200 metre individual medley heats, which is also later on as well. There are 11 heats of those. Then we go into a bit of multi-class where we have the women's 400 free and then the men's 400 free with some of our Team GB Paralympians on show once again. And then after that we go into the women's 200 metre individual medley as well. And then followed by the 50 freestyle in the men's event. There are 11 heats of those, and then the women take after with the heats for the 50 metre backstroke as well. So certainly lots to look forward to this morning, and the races certainly will get shorter and shorter as the morning progresses, as the excitement will sure build here in Ponds Forge. So well past the halfway stage of this race now, and leading the way in lane 3 from City of Sheffield is Alice Thickett. And she's leaving in a wake at the moment, Georgina Dennis and Maisie Elliott. Of course, with this race you do worry that the leader at this point hasn't peaked too early, but Alice Thickett will be making sure, especially with the support of her teammates on the far side as well, that that is not the case. And she's going along very nicely at the moment, around a length and a half ahead of Maisie Elliott in lane 5 of City of Leicester. As we go into the final 100, anyone could take this. But if Georgina Dennis or Maisie Elliott are going to do it, they're going to have to get around to it pretty quickly, because Alice Thickett now has a lead that may be too big a deficit to recover into the final 60 metres. We certainly have to wait and see. It's going to be very tight for second at least between Georgina Dennis in lane 4 of Mount Kelly, who's slightly behind Maisie Elliott at the moment. But the more and more this race goes on, the more likely it looks that Alice Thickett will take this for City of Sheffield in lane 3. Well ahead now of Georgina Dennis and Maisie Elliott. And you certainly would not bet against her losing this lead. It'll be close for second though. Looks like Maisie Elliott may do that for City of Leicester in the last 15 metres, unless Georgina Dennis has something really special left in the tank. It doesn't look that way though, and Alice Thickett undoubtedly takes first. The time just under 4:35. Her time of 4:33.54 there. Maisie Elliott for City of Leicester touching in second. Her time 4:35.93. And in third, Georgina Dennis of Mount Kelly. And it's now time for heat number 2.
And away we go then in heat number 2. In lane 1 is Megan Allison from the City of Newport. In 2, that's the Borough of Kirklees, Rosie Hepworth. In 3, from Stockport Metro, Alicia Hawkins. In 4, from Ellesmere College Titans, Shannon Dallaghan. In 5, from Bracknell, that's Charlotte Stevenson. In 6, from York City, Lucy Nicholson. In 7 goes Medonian's Tia Wilson. And finally, completing the field in lane number 8, Barnet Copthall's Gaurika Singh. And leading the way at the quarter point, lane number 6, that's Lucy Nicholson from York City. Still a long way to go there, of course, in the 400-metre race. Quickest entry time in this race belongs to Shannon Dallaghan from Ellesmere College Titans, 4:33.42. Quite often see in these longer races with the younger ages, their personal bests and entry times tend to go very, very quickly. Be interesting to see if that can be the case again. Sometimes hard to track just how many personal bests we can see, especially in an evening when they get to the finals and personal bests almost become a prerequisite. But looking very comfortable are our leading two. Lucy Nicholson from New York City is still up with the leader, but that's now changed. That's Rosie Hepworth now from the borough of Kirklees. Not by a lot though, Lucy Nicholson very much still alongside her. Making a move into third position now, that's Stockport Metro's Alicia Hawkins, looking very strong. And Shannon Daligan just lagging behind a touch here. Our leading four come in lane 6, 5, 3 and 2. As we come back down now towards the 300-metre mark. This is where you might just see the field start to disintegrate a touch. Or in this case, get slightly closer together. Very close here are the leading four. And also making moves on the far side. Gaurika Singh from Barnet Copthorne on the near side in lane 1. Megan Allison from the city of Newport. They're not a million miles away. They've just got 100 metres to get themselves into the conversation. But leading the way with 100 metres to go, Rosie Hepworth from Borough of Kirklees, 3:23.54 the split. Lucy Nicholson in second, not very far behind at all. And now starting to move through the gears. Alicia Hawkins from Stockport Metro looking very, very good. The blue cap of Stockport looking strong. And I mentioned in a 400, it's quite common to see the fields spread apart. But this is going to be a very close finish as they come for home here in the final 50. It's anyone from 3 in lane 6. Lucy Nicholson from New York City has been there or thereabouts the entire race. Alicia Hawkins from Stockport Metro leads into the final 25. Rosie Hepworth in lane 2 is currently in third and will need to make a big push here if she's get herself into a second or first. It's between Hawkins and Nicholson for first position in this heat. It looks like Alicia Hawkins should be able to claim it. Really strong final 50 from the Stockport Metro swimmer. She takes the win, 4:31.59, only about half a second ahead of Lucy Nicholson of York City. Rosie Hepworth claims herself third. Not too far back in fourth was Megan Allison in lane number 1 from the city of Newport. But a really, really nicely timed swim by Alicia Hawkins. Time now for heat number 3.
And so for this one, representing Poole in lane 0 is Thea O'Keefe. In lane 1 from Kingston Hull is Megan Gray. In lane 2 representing Deventio XL is Summer Kennedy. In lane 3 from Chester Street is Elle Brown. Lane 4 representing Camden Swiss Cottage is Anne Tavierne. In lane 5 from Dundee City Aquatics is Iona McLeod. In 6 from City of Sheffield, Saifra Gabani. In lane 7 from Deventio XL, Esther Holford, and completing the pool on the far side in lane 8 is Royal Wolverhampton's Alicia Dingle. So we're at the quarter points of the race at the moment, and you can see leading the way is that tied pair of Summer Kennedy in lane 2 and Elle Brown in lane 3. And also making a decent start on the far side as well, Esther Halford of Deventio in lane 7. But certainly expect a challenge down the middle from Antavian of Camden Swiss in lane number 4. It's pretty even though between most of the pool at this point. Only 150 metres gone out of the 400, but no one making the killer move yet to try and separate themselves from the rest of the pack. We're still going well at the front at the moment is Summer Kennedy of Davencio in lane number 2. Her teammate on the far side doesn't do too badly either, Esther Halford in lane 7. She's slightly behind Elle Brown of Chester Street though at the moment. She's in lane 3. Also someone we haven't mentioned on the near side is Thea O'Keefe of Poole in lane 0. And in lane 1, Megan Gray of Kingston Hall isn't doing too badly either. So we're past the halfway stage. And still, it's more or less as you were at the start, with Summer Kennedy's lead not being matched yet by anyone else in the pool, but still they expect that to change, or be attempted to change in this final part of the race. In lane 4, we did say keep an eye on Camden Swiss's Anne Tavian, and this is exactly why. She just seems to be catching up now with at least Elle Brown in lane 3 of Chester Street. Also trying to keep in touch with the front 3 is Esther Halford on the far side in lane 7 as well. But it looks like it's going to develop into a 2-horse race here as Anne Tavian is starting to put the pressure on Summer Kennedy now, and it may actually pay off as we come to the completion of the 5th lap here. And as we look at the split times, Anne Tavian has now nudged herself ahead of Summer Kennedy. So the tide is certainly beginning to turn in the favour of the Camden Swiss swimmer. Also trying to keep in touching distance in lane 3 is Elle Brown, who has been towards the front of the pool all the way through this heat so far. She'll certainly won't want to lose her grip on that position as this progresses. But her position at the moment is under threat from Esther Halford of Davencio. So certainly worth keeping an eye on that. As we now come into the final 50 metres, and leading the way is Anne Tavian, not by much over Summer Kennedy, but perhaps the Davencio swimmer may have peaked a wee bit early. Will she be able to stop Anne Tavian coming home with success in this heat? You have to say the gap only seems to be getting bigger between her and second spot at the moment. It'll be tight for third quickest time as well, with Elle Brown going well in lane 3 as well as Esther Halford in lane 7. But no one is catching Anne Tavian, who in the end coasts to a time of 4:28.89. Touching in second is Summer Kennedy of Davencio. Her time 4:31.41. And also completing the trio, Elle Brown, Chester Street. Her time 4:32.38. But that time for Anne Tavian there, 4 seconds almost ahead of her qualifying time. Great swim from her in heat number 3. And we now move on to heat number 4.
Heat number 4 then, in these women's 400 metre freestyle heats. We have got 10 of these heats coming up. Then we move ourselves on to some 200 metre individual medley action for the men. In lane 0, in this heat, we've got Mount Kelly's Talia Paros. In 1, from Wickham District, is Amelia Sansom. In 2, from Barnet Cotsall, that's Annalise Carver-Varela. In 3, from City of Southampton, Chloe Plater. In 4, from City of Birmingham, Alexandra Bartley. In 5 is Chelsea and Westminster's Elizabeth Boatman. In 6, from Aquay Solis, that's Laura McNabb. In 7th from Severn side is Olivia Butler. In 8th from Stockport Metro, Kira Henley. And in lane 9 from Barnet Copthall is Megan Davies. Now we have got a runaway leader in the early going here in this race. Amelia Sansom from Wickham District has started very, very quickly. And also in lane number 9 as well, Megan Davies from Barnet Copthall is the best of the rest. It's a really strong swim from Amelia Sansom so far. At the 200-metre mark, she leads by a considerable distance. 2:10.08 is the split. Good 2.5 seconds, almost quicker than second place. That's Kira Henley from Stockport Metro over in lane number 8. Looking very, very good indeed. It's still Amelia Sansom who looks strong. Heading now down to the 300 metre mark. And still the Wickham District swimmer who leads the way, but that lead has just shrunk a touch, not by a lot, but just a little bit. Kira Henley having a very strong 50 metres here down towards 300, but Amelia Sansom is clawing that lead back, and she's looking very good indeed. 100 metres to go for Amelia Sansom. Only swimmer in contention here for first place as it stands is Kira Henley from Stockport Metro. Can she get close? Plenty of support coming in the stands here. As Amelia Sansom turns for home, 3:52.05. They're split at 3:50. Not long to go now for Amelia Sansom. Her entry time, incidentally, was 4:31.54. She's on target to be inside that. This is a really good swim, this. Usually a 400. You tend to think about saving yourself for later on in the evening. Not so Amelia Sansom. Really, really impressive swim. And she's going to come in to take the touch. 4:25.27. That's terrific from Amelia Sansom. Chalking 6 seconds off her entry time. Kira Henley comes in 4:28.50. Also a very, very good time as well. Her entry time around about the 4:32 mark. Fantastic swim, though, from our winner, Amelia Sansom. This is heat number 5.
So we're off with heat number 5 then. And with that, we meet the halfway point of the women's 400 metre freestyle heats. Making the pull for this one, in lane 0 from Sevenoaks is Caitlin Fearon. In 1 from Northampton, Sarah Branch. In lane 2, representing Beckenham, is Tegan Child. Georgia Milton from Romford Town is in lane 3. In 4 from City of Bristol is Jessica Podger. In lane 5, representing Guildford City, is Eleanor Rickson. In lane 6 from Northampton is Olivia Tatton. In 7 is City of Cardiff's Hannah Sloan. In lane 8, representing City of Birmingham, is Sophie in the green. And in lane 9, Katie Taylor from Hearts of Midlothian. We're coming to the quarterway stage of this heat, and currently leading the way on the near side is Caitlin Fearon of Sevenoaks in lane 0. Not too far behind her though is Sarah Branch of Northampton, who will certainly take inspiration from Amelia Sampson's performance in the last heat. She was in the same lane as Sarah Branch, so can she follow in her footsteps? We'll certainly have to wait and see about that, but the middle pack will definitely have something to say about that as well. In lane 3, Georgia Milton of Romford Town and Jessica Podger in lane 4, City of Bristol will certainly be eyeing up the quickest heat time in this race without a doubt. And Steve commented on the support in the stands as well, being fantastic. Likewise on Twitter as well as ever. Charlotte saying good luck to Nathan in his 200 IM this morning. That, of course, coming up later on in the morning session. We've also got Amanda saying well done to Billy Wootton yesterday, City of Oxford, who takes a 13-year-old South East regional record in the 200-metre breaststroke. So superb from him. And also Coach Barney says good luck to all our Paralympic GB swimmers this weekend competing at Summer Champ 16. And of course, in the multi-class events, after the completion of these 400-metre freestyle and the men's 200 IM as well, we will have the multi-class events coming up here at Ponds Forge, so certainly a few big names to keep an eye out for when that takes place. But currently at the moment, worth keeping an eye on, in lane 1 is Sarah Branch of Northampton, just ahead of Caitlin Fearon at the moment of Sevenoaks, who seems to be slightly dropping off the boil a wee bit. Lane 3, Georgia Milton of Romford Town is also sniffing around the front 3 at the moment. As we come way past the halfway stage, it's now looking like it is in Sarah Branch's hand here for Northampton. Will it be 2 straight heat successes for swimmers in lane number 1? We'll certainly have to wait and see. The other 9 swimmers will certainly have something to say about that, especially in lane 3. Beginning to try and apply the pressure now is Georgia Milton of Romford Town. Also in lane 7 as well, City of Cardiff's Hannah Sloan is up there too. Looks like a front 4 at the moment. A front 4 that Caitlin Fearon is beginning to slightly lose touch with as Sevenoaks. She drops into that 4th position. Sarah Branch is in 1st, Georgia Milton 3rd, and in 2nd, as we mentioned, on the far side, Hannah Sloan of City of Cardiff, who really is beginning to come on quick here as we go into the final 100 metres. And it looks like Hannah Sloan as well that has just taken the initiative here and gone into 1st spot. Will she be able to maintain that grip she has on the quickest time here, or will Georgia Milton of Romford Town bite back in lane number 3? And for this race, Jessica Podger had by far and away the quickest qualifying time, over 0.2 of a second ahead of her rival, which was Eleanor Rickson, but both of those not really mounting a serious challenge here, it has to be said, which leaves it wide open for one of Hannah Sloan in lane 7, Georgia Milton in lane 3, or Sarah Branch in lane 1 to take it. And it certainly is Hannah Sloan that's doing all the hard work at the moment to do that. Coming into the final 10 metres, it looks as if Sarah Branch of Northampton is going to struggle to stop her. It will be the City of Cardiff swimmer who touches in first. Let's have a look at the time. It's good. It's 4:28.41. Touching in second is Sarah Branch of Northampton. Her time 4:30.33. And the 3rd quickest time they're going to Olivia Tatton of Northampton, making it a Northampton 2-3. Her time 4:30.91. It's now time for Heat 6.
And away we go then. In heat number 6, no lane 8 in this race. In lane 0 from Wickham District, that's Caitlin McKay. In 1 from City of Leicester, Michaela Glenister. In 2 from Barnet Copthall is Megan Byrne. In 3 from Royal Wolverhampton, Melanie Hall. In 4 from Wickham District is Nicole Ryan. In 5 from Western Supermare is Evan King. In 6 is Molly Wright from Nova Centurion. In 7, Jemima Hall from Hillingdon. And in 9, the City of Coventry's Eva Vickery. In lane number 6, leading the way in the early going here is Molly Wright from Nova Centurion, looking pretty strong here in the green cap of Nova. In 3, Royal Wolverhampton's Melanie Hall looking pretty good as well, going along nicely. See down below, all the City of Leicester team cheering on Michaela Glenister. In lane number 1. She's currently embroiled in the main pack, round about 4th or 5th position right about now. But it's still Molly Wright who leads the way from Nova Centurion, going pretty well. Melanie Hall still in 2nd. 3rd, just about, is Evan King from Western Supermare. But also coming up on the near side here, Caitlin McKay from Wickham District in lane 0 is also looking pretty strong. This is quite an even field here. Keep an eye on lane number 7, that's Jemima Hall from Hillingdon, poised to strike, but she needs to start making a move sometime soon as we head towards the 250 mark. Once again, the arms from the City of Leicester in the air as they get Michaela Glenister on her way. City of Leicester been on the podium plenty of times already this week. It's been a pretty good year to be from Leicester, I'd say. So my sports press manager next to me, Rob Hayes, clenches his fist and raised it in the air. He's from Leicester. He's had a brilliant year. Can't imagine why. But right now, it looks like it's going to be Molly Wright who's going to be having a party in lane number 6. She's looking very strong as she heads towards the 350-meter mark. Into the final 100 here. And Molly Wright looks in command. Can Melanie Hall come back? She's just starting to in lane number 3. Molly Wright's lead is just starting to shrink. The Nova Centurion team over on the far side furiously waving her on. She might not be able to see Melanie Hall coming in lane number 3. She is breathing to her left. It might allow her to see it. And it might just give her that extra edge, the extra impetus she needs to get herself motoring forwards to take the touch here in first. Looks like she's just going to be able to hold on into the final 15. Really, really impressive swim this from Molly Wright. 4:26.97 was her entry time. She's going to be miles inside that again. 4:22.75. Really good swim from Molly Wright, who wins it. Melanie Hall in second. Evan King takes third. But a fine swim from Molly Wright, who led them out the whole way. Time now for heat number 7.
And so we commence then with heat 7 of 10, and in lane 0 for this one, representing City of Salford, is Laura Boardman. In 1 from Newcastle is Sean Martin. In lane 2 from South Lanarkshire is Nikki Miller. In lane 3 from Ellesmere College Titans is Phoebe Griffiths. In 4, representing Havant and Waterlooville is Alina Ward. Lane 5 is St Thomas's Sophie Smith. In 6 from City of Sheffield is Amber Keegan. Tia Ward is in lane 7 from City of Leeds. No lane 8, but also from City of Leeds on the far side in lane 9 is Linda Shaw. A real plethora of ages taking the pole in this heat. Amber Keegan of City of Sheffield alongside Linda Shaw as well. We'll both be aiming for a place in the 19-year and over category later on today. Meanwhile, you have Tia Ward in lane 7, who will be competing for the 13-14 year final as well, should she get there from this heat. And you certainly won't bet against her with the week she's had already this week, with 3 gold medals coming into today's events. So it does seem to be the swimmer to beat in the women's 13-14 year categories at the moment. But leading the way after the first 150 in lane 6 is Amber Keegan of City of Sheffield. Not too far behind her as well is Charles Martin of Newcastle in lane number 1. The middle of the pool once again, we've seen it quite a few times in these heats already, seem to be struggling to keep up the pace with those on the more outer lanes. You could argue that they may be saving their energy for the finals later on, but you can't rest on your laurels if other swimmers seem to take the initiative before you and get the quicker times. So we'll have to wait and see going into the second half of this race what those in the middle have to give as we now embark on the final 200. Certainly the girl to beat at the moment is Amber Keegan in lane 6 for City of Sheffield. On the far side as well, going well, is Linda Shaw of City of Leeds. And Charles Martin is still up there for Newcastle as well in lane number 1. Just on the inside of her is Nikki Miller of South Lanarkshire. And she's really beginning to press now. She's currently in 4th position, but she'll certainly be trying to get in at least the top 3 here in this heat. We've commented on the middle pack going into this one. Of course, Alina Ward of Havant and Waterlooville with the quickest qualifying time of the swimmers taking the pool here. Her time 4:23.9, the only swimmer out of those in the pool at the moment to get sub 4:24. But we're not seeing that sort of form from her at the moment. Amber Keegan in lane 6, whose qualifying time of 4:24.65 looks in great threat here due to the tremendous swim she's currently putting in, way ahead of the rest of the pool. Charles Martin in lane 1 seems to be dropping off a wee bit from the pace that has been set by the Steel City swimmer. In lane 2, Nikki Miller of South Lanarkshire is still up there, pushing towards the top 3. Slightly dropping off the boil on the far side is Linda Shaw of City of Leeds, and picking her pocket is her City of Leeds teammate Tia Ward in lane 7, who's certainly looking to come on strong going into the final 100 metres. And you have to say with Tia Ward here, you wouldn't bet against her getting into at least the top 2 quickest times, as she's really beginning to spring into action and putting Nikki Miller's 4th place position at the moment in serious threat. And in fact, the reason Nikki Miller is 4th at the moment is because Tia Ward has done exactly that and hopped into 3rd position, and she'll certainly be eyeing up Charles Martin next to Newcastle, who's in lane number 1. Maybe too little too late for both of those two though to catch Amber Keegan, who storms away with it in lane 6. Looks like she'll have done it by around a length here. She touches in with a time of 4:21.74, considerably higher than her qualifying time by almost 3 seconds. Touching in 2nd is Charles Martin of Newcastle. That was more or less a formality. Her time 4:23.31, and touching in 3rd with a fantastic last 100, Tia Ward of City of Leeds. Next up is heat number 8. In lane 0 is Maisie McCartney from Thanet Swim. In 1, representing City of Milton Keynes, is Isabel Jones. In lane 2 from Hillingdon is Lulu Voss. In 3 from Stockport Metro is Lucy McKenzie. Lane 4 is Paul's Emily Clark. Representing City of Peterborough in lane 5 is Chloe Hannam. No lane 6 for this event, but in lane 7 representing Ellesmere College Titans is Tasmin Pugh. In 8, Rasheen Ramsey of Warren de Bass. And in 9, representing Royal Wolverhampton is Neve Hoffland. Few whistles and cheers from the sidelines. Did hear a horn going off this morning. Someone further down the coach's end blowing the horn, showing their support for whoever their swimmers are this morning. That's gone quiet though in recent times. It's maybe crowded out by the whistles coming from the teammates at the moment. And in lane 1, currently leading the way, not really needing anyone's support, is City of Milton Keynes' Isabel Jones. But it's certainly tight between her and the other 3 swimmers that lead the pool at the moment. In lane 2 is Lulu Voss of Hillingdon. In lane 7, Tasmin Pugh, as well of Ellesmere College Titans, is in around those front 3 positions. Of course, very early days at this point as we come into the final 50 before the halfway stage. Once again, we welcome you to get in touch with us on Twitter as well. The hashtag, as ever, SummerChamps16. Lots of you have been doing that and interacting with us, which is always greatly appreciated, showing your support for your swimmers this morning. Bridget said good luck to Jack Miller, who will be swimming later on in the 50 freestyle. She says good luck from all at St Austell. Also a happy birthday coming in as well from Kirk, who says happy 16th birthday to Thomas Balfour. We'll certainly have to see if he'll have a happy birthday in the pool today. That was remained to be seen. Kirsty's also tweeted she's inside Pons Fords this morning, showing her support. She says some great swimmers this morning. She's certainly not wrong there either. Lots more to come as well, especially in the multi-class where we'll have several of our Paralympians for Team GB in Rio in 2016 taking part in the pool action as they make their final preparations before they jet off to South America. So certainly keep an eye out for them. Mandy says she's multitasking this morning, getting ready for the end of season meet and also waiting for the amazing James Watson for Swindon Dolphins later on as well. And also Ashley says, go Marcus Day from everyone in Spain. Quite a few Spanish viewers, has to be said, this week. I'm sure most of those people going on their holidays, but making sure they don't miss a bit of the action from Sheffield as they watch on the live stream. And they're certainly right in doing so as well, as it's been an absolutely quality week of swimming so far that only promises to get better. And as we currently look in the pool at the moment, it's Lucy McKenzie of Stockport Metro leading the way in Heat 8 of the women's 400 free. In lane 7 as well, Tasmin Pugh of Ellesmere College Titans. It's going to be close between those as we now go into the final 50 metres of this heat. On the near side, the nearest 3 lanes to us, we have competition coming from Lulu Voss in lane 2 from Hillingdon. In lane 1, Isabel Jones from City of Milton Keynes. And also keep an eye on Thanet Swim's Maisie McCartney in lane 0 as well, as they all battle for the 3rd quickest time here. Maybe 2nd, slightly out of reach. 1st definitely is surely for those 2, as coming down the middle in lane 3, Lucy McKenzie for Stockport Metro. She will touch in with the quickest time of this heat, a time of 4:20.17. Just short of 2 seconds better than the qualifying time as well. So hats off to Lucy McKenzie there for Stockport Metro. Touching in 2nd is Tasmin Pugh of Ellesmere College Titans. And the 3rd quickest time on the near side is Maisie McCartney of Thanet Swim. Her time, 4:22.22. It's now time for the penultimate heat, heat number 9.
And away we go in our next heat. This is heat number 9 of the Women's Open 400 metre free. In lane 0 for this one, from the city of Aberdeen, is Jessica Thompson. In 1 from the city of Leeds is Leah Crisp. Abby Houston goes from the city of Sheffield in lane number 2. Holly Hibbett from Stockport Metro is in 3. Abby Wood from Loughborough University is in 4. Catherine Greenslade from Preston goes in 5. City of Birmingham's Isabel Griffiths is in 6. In 7 is Georgia Darwin from Newcastle. Millfield's Rachel Anderson goes in lane 8. And Sophie Millen from Wickham District completes the field in lane 9. And it's been a strong start in lane number 2 in particular by Abby Houston in her home pool at the city of Sheffield. Going along very, very nicely indeed. Also in lane number 6, looking strong, is Isabel Griffiths from the city of Birmingham. The rest of the field all gathered fairly evenly here as they head towards the halfway point. Turning now at 150 metres. With 50 metres to go until halfway. It is Abby Houston who leads them out from the city of Sheffield. As I mentioned, the rest of the field very, very even indeed. Isabel Griffiths definitively in 2nd, but the rest of the field, anyone's for 3rd as it stands. As they reach the halfway point, it is Abby Houston who leads the way, 2:08.04. And in lane 6, Isabel Griffiths remains in 2nd. Starting to make a claim for 3rd. Holly Hibbett from Stockport Metro. We know how quick she can be. She might just be saving her best for the final 100 metres here. Coming down now to the 300 metre mark. And it's Holly Hibbett who will enter the final 100 metres in the lead as it stands. She's just moved through the fields on the back end here. And she's looking good at this stage. Also starting to move through is Abby Wood from Loughborough University. Those two would have been the pre-race favourites. Catherine Greenslade now in lane 5 from Preston, also starting to look very strong. But Holly Hibbett here, looking supremely confident towards the 350 mark. And the rest of the field only really level with their ankles. Holly Hibbett well ahead. As she turns for home, 3:44.38, the time at the split from Holly Hibbett. Her entry time was 4:15.94. She's just holding a little bit back in the morning by the looks of things. All she'll want to do is to qualify for this evening's final. And then that is where she will put the hammer down. She's still going to be very close to that entry time, by the way. It's a very, very decent swim from Holly Hibbett. It's had to have been. She might even still be inside it. In she goes towards the touch. She's just about inside it, 4:15.69. Quicker than her entry time. Wonderful swim from Holly Hibbett. Catherine Greenslade is in 2nd. Abby Wood claims 3rd. But what a fine swim from Stockport Metro's Holly Hibbett. This now is our final heat, heat number 10.
So Steve said this, the final heat of the women's 400 metre freestyle, and in lane 0 for this one, representing Stockport Metro, is Elizabeth Harris. In 1 from City of Sheffield is Izzy Grant. Lane 2 from Newcastle, Annalea Davison. In 3, representing Ellesmere College Titans, Freya Anderson. In lane 4, from Loughborough University is Alice Deering. Lane 5 from Chelsea and Westminster, Georgina Boyle. City of Sunderland's Lucy Ellis is in lane 6. In 7 from City of Sheffield, Maya Westlake. In lane 8 representing Burnley is Katie Reynolds. And in 9 from City of Birmingham is Abby Smith. And we look some of the qualifying times for this one. Alice Deering of Loughborough University, by far and away the quickest of them, 4:11.35 the time for her. Very quick stuff indeed. And then Georgina Boyle and Freya Anderson both qualifying with times inside 4:15 as well. So it should be a close one between the middle 3. But as we've seen so far in this heat, hasn't necessarily been those in the middle of the pool that have really taken these heats by the scruff of the neck. But certainly doing so at the moment in lane 3 is Freya Anderson of Ellesmere College Titans. It's very early to read into anything at this sort of stage of the race as we come towards the halfway point of it. Anything could certainly change between now and the final 50 metres. Pretty level between the rest of the playing field. Currently in 3rd spot, Isabel Grant of City of Sheffield, but alongside her is more or less the rest of the pool, especially on the far side of it as well, from lanes 4 to 9. Any one of them could make a move and try and get into that front 3. It's going to be difficult though to break in the top 1 at the moment, because Freya Anderson leads the way for Ellesmere College Titans. Just behind her in 2nd is Newcastle's Annalea Davison. In touching distance from her is still Izzy Grant of City of Sheffield, but as the race begins to progress, we see in lane 5 in particular, Chelsea and Westminster's Georgina Boyle begin to start to make a move. Also to her left is Lucy Ellis of City of Sunderland as well, who incidentally is now level 3rd now at the moment. So it certainly should be an intriguing last 100 as we now go into it. Freya Anderson still leading the way for Ellesmere College Titans, which more or less, as you were with the rest of the pool, awfully even between, in particularly, those in lanes 4 to 7. Currently, Alice Deering of Loughborough University beginning to show why she had the quickest qualifying time going into this one. She's starting to up the ante a wee bit now. Will she be able to catch Freya Anderson, though, as we go into the final 100? Certainly in contention to do so is Annalea Davison of Newcastle in lane 2, who's been in touching distance of Anderson all the way through this swim. Isabel Grant slightly dropping off the front 3 as things really begin to heat up, especially on the far side, lane 7. Her City of Sheffield teammate Maya Westlake may be able to get into the front 3 here, but certainly having something to say about that as we go into the final 50 is Alice Deering of Loughborough University. We're expecting a big last 50 from her as she's ever so slightly, length by length, began to come into this heat. And it's certainly evening up at the front as well. Has Freya Anderson peaked too early for Ellesmere College Titans? We've got Annalea Davison of Newcastle, who'll certainly try and pip her to the quickest qualifying spot. And all of a sudden, the gap that was between Freya Anderson and the rest of the pool has certainly shrunken somewhat. You've got Alice Deering trying to come in late on for a late dash for the quickest time, but it looks like instead doing that is Newcastle's Annalea Davison. However, Freya Anderson just holds on for Ellesmere College Titans. Her time, 4:20.55. Touching in 2nd, Annalea Davison of Newcastle. And in 3rd, Alice Deering of Loughborough University, 4:21.36 the time for her. So a pretty passive heat that for the swimmers towards the front of the heat, but all will hope that those times will be good enough to qualify for tonight's finals.
Time for our next event then, ladies and gentlemen. Event 502, the Men's Open 200 metres individual medley. This is Heat 1. And away we go then. Been looking forward to this all week. The 200-meter individual medleys. My personal favourite event to watch. Really looking forward to these. Leading out in the first one, men's heat 1. Joe Ewing from Warren Baths is in 3. Rory Dixon from North Ayrshire is in 4. Nova Centurion's Ryan Wilcox is in 5. Mount Kelly's Jack Plummer goes in lane 6. They're already well through the fly leg and onto the backstroke. There you go. With the early advantage is Joe Ewing from Warren Baths in the orange cap, looking strong. But as we so often see in the medley, it can all change, especially in the 50 metres. Much more of a sprint event, this one. Testing absolutely every element of a swimmer's technique in every stroke. Joe Ewing leads. Rory Dixon and Ryan Wilcox in the middle lanes, pretty much dead level for seconds. Jack Plummer from Mount Kelly a little bit behind, but the breaststroke always acts as a leveller. Getting a really good turn there was Ryan Wilcox in lane 5. Him and Rory Dixon. In fact, Ryan Wilcox actually touched in at the wall, a tenth of a second behind Rory Dixon. Now look at the gap. But Rory Dixon just recovering that turn and starting to level the playing field a touch. As a pair of them hunt down Joe Ewing, who's gone out very quickly in the fly and back legs. And so often you see with the breaststroke, it does just shrink the field. And as they turn for home, it's closer than it was. Joe Ewing leads, Ryan Wilcox in second, Rory Dixon in third. Final splash and dash for home. Ryan Wilcox looking in a very strong position here for Nova Centurion. Joe Ewing still just about holding on to his lead. Rory Dixon too is coming through the middle. And in the final 20 metres here, it's going to be very, very close for first. Joe Ewing just with the advantage into the final 10. Ryan Wilcox is only about half a stroke away. Can he pull it back in towards the touch? Who gets there? It is Ryan Wilcox who does it. 13 hundredths of a second quicker than Joe Ewing. Not a lot in it. Ryan Wilcox from Nova Centurion takes the win. Ewing in second, Rory Dixon in third. Jack Plummer taking fourth. Heat number 2.
Off and underway then with heat number 2. We're in lane 0 for this one. Representing City of Birmingham is Oliver Watson. In lane 1 from Worcester, Matthew Richards. Chasers Jacob Davis is in lane 2. Representing Hatfield in lane 3 is Rhys Housden. In 4 from City of Canterbury is Joseph Russell. In lane 5, Carlisle Aquatics is Joel Sinclair. In 6 is Joe Bastio Taylor from Kingston Hull. In lane 7, from Dinnerton is Reed Jones. In lane 8, representing Newcastle is Kieran Thomas. And in 9, on the far side, from Basildon Phoenix is James Cooper. And leading the way at the moment, as we surpass the halfway stage of the second leg, is Jacob Davis in lane 2 of Chase. But also on the far side, James Cooper of Basildon isn't too far behind either. And also pretty even between the rest of the pool, particularly in the middle 2 lanes. Lane 4, Joseph Russell of City of Canterbury, and also Joe Sinclair of Carlisle Aquatics as well. Also worth keeping your eye on lane 1, and Matthew Richards of Worcester. As we now go into the third leg, the breaststroke, and it certainly is a case of a 2-horse race at the moment. Far side, James Cooper, lane 2, Jacob Davis as well. But look at lane 4. Joseph Russell of City of Canterbury in the yellow cap, beginning to emerge down the middle. A very strong breaststroke leg from him, as he begins to say to both Jacob Davis and James Cooper, I'll certainly have a bit of that. And he's certainly managing to produce some good swimming here on the third leg, as he will now begin to turn onto the final 50 with a lead of just over a second. 1.6 seconds for him. He's doing awfully well at the moment. As we go on to the freestyle, it's definitely his to lose, but certainly trying to make a charge on the near 2 lanes in particular. Lane 1, Matthew Richard of Worcester, and in lane 2, Jacob Davis of Chase as well. Trying to regain the lead that he just lost there to Joseph Russell. Russell Not ahead by much, but maybe it will be enough going into the final 15 metres. Around half a length or so ahead of Jacob Davis. Certainly a two-horse race going into the final couple of metres. Who gets the touch? It is Joseph Russell of City of Canterbury. Very impressive on the last 100 there was Joseph Russell. A time of 2:19.01. Touching in second is Jacob Davis of Chase. His time 2:19.33. And Matthew Richards completes the front three. And it's now time for heat number 3.
Away we go then in heat number 3. In lane 0 from Guildford City is Luca Fankhauser. Bournemouth College's Finian Trahane is in 1. Joshua Loney from Swansea Aquatics is in 2. Marcus Day from the City of Salford goes in lane 3. In 4, that's William Graham from Melton Mowbray. Niall Dunn from Aquabears goes in 5. Hugh Williams from Millfield is in 6. City of Peterborough's Harvey Norman is in lane 7. James Newman from City of Leicester is in 8, and Debon's Lewis Moore goes in 9. Always a huge fan of the Aquabears, mainly because they have one of the best team names in swimming going. And at the moment, Niall Dunn in lane 5 for the Aquabears. Just needs to creep up with the rest of the field here. Did come into this race with one of the quickest entry times. And not long now to salvage it. Leading the way in lane number 3, looking very strong at this stage. Marcus Day from the City of Salford, well ahead of the rest of the field here. It's going to be a very, very interesting race for second and third. All the swimmers behind him bunched up fairly evenly. But no doubt about who leads in lane 3. Marcus Day, City of Salford, turns for home in 1:42.19. Final sprint for the Salford man. About a length ahead of lane 4. That's William Graham of Melton Mowbray. And coming 2 is Hugh Williams from Millfield. On the near side, going really well, is Luca Fankhauser in lane 0 from Guildford City. Also in lane number 7, that's Harvey Norman from the City of Peterborough. They're all chasing second and third. They're all chasing as well Marcus Day from the City of Salford. A dominating performance in the heats from Marcus Day. And he's going to take the touch. What a good swim that is. 2:14.13 from Marcus Day. Hugh Williams coming in second place in the end. 2:16.64. William Graham in third. Really, really impressive swim from Marcus Day. Shaving off 2.5 seconds off his entry. Time now for heat number 4.
So here we are then with heat 4 of 11 for the men's 200 metre individual medley. In lane 0 from Grantham is William Hawkes. In lane 1 representing Maidenhead is Joel Lang. In 2 from Millfield, Santos Villalon. In lane 3 representing West Lothian is Daniel Ferguson. In lane 4 representing City of Cardiff is Theo Sava. In 5 Newcastle's Adam Wilson. In lane 6 from Plymouth Leander is Adam Davis. In 7 from Hatfield, Charles Rayner. In lane 8 representing Plymouth Leander, Charlie Bowden. And in 9 from City of Leeds, it's Liam Birrell. So well into the second leg here, which of course is the backstroke and level pegging at the moment. It seems to be lane 3, West Lothian's Daniel Ferguson, and also Charlie Bowden of Plymouth Leander as well. Also down the middle, a threat certainly is Adam Wilson of Newcastle. Coming onto the breaststroke leg, where we've seen so often already this morning, this being the pivotal point of the individual medley. Who can take the lead here? before they commence on to the final 50 freestyle. It looks like Charlie Bowden or Plymouth Leander is the man doing just that at the moment, but as you'd expect, the charge certainly coming through the middle now, especially in lane 3. Daniel Ferguson of West Lothian, also in 4 as well, City of Cardiff, Theo Sava is certainly making up the ground at the moment. And also keep an eye on for the pink cap of Charles Rayner of Hatfield in lane 7 as well. But as they make the turn for the final 50, leading the way is Theo Sava of City of Cardiff, ahead of Adam Wilson of Newcastle, and currently 3rd, Charles Rayner of Hatfield. But it's certainly all to play for the final splash and dash into the final 30 metres. Also, worth keeping an eye on is the green cap of Maidenhead and Joel Lang in lane number 1. But it certainly looks as if it's Adam Wilson of Newcastle that's tearing up the pool at the moment, doing his best to try and get the quickest qualifying time here. It looks like he'll secure it as well. It's going to be tight for second between Theo Sava and Daniel Ferguson in lanes 4 and 3 respectively. But it certainly is Adam Wilson of Newcastle who takes the first touch. And we did say it was going to be tight between Daniel Ferguson and Theo Sava. So tight, they couldn't be separated. Both of them on the time of 2:14.69. And it's now time for heat number 5.
And away we go then. In heat number 5. In lane 0 from Carnegie is Greg Rowe. In 1 from Hatfield, Luke Turley. In 2 from City of Glasgow, Duncan McKinney. In 3 from Ellesmere College Titans, that's Adam Metcalf. In 4 from Bells Hill, Thomas Balfour. In 5 from City of Derby, William Foster. In 6 from Tigers Jersey, Nathan Corrigan. In 7 from Warren Bass, that's Fraser Allison. In 8 from City of Leeds, Jonathan Milner. And in lane 9 from Mount Kelly, Oliver Taverner. In lane 4, leading the way, is Thomas Balfour from Bells Hill on its birthday. Winning this event would be a pretty good start to it, I'd imagine. Make up for getting up so early at the very least. He's looking good as they head into the breaststroke, but also coming up on the left-hand side of him is Nathan Corrigan from Tigers Jersey. He's looking really strong on the breaststroke here. Group of 4 swimmers lined up in second place. In lane 7, that's Fraser Allison. In 5, William Foster. In 3, Adam Metcalf. 2, Duncan McKinney, and also moving up through the field on the breaststroke, Luke Turley. And the 2 leaders have company behind them. It's Nathan Corrigan in lane 6 from Tigers Jersey, who will touch in first. Thomas Balfour will touch in second. Anyone's for third. As they come in towards the freestyle then, final 30 meters or so. And coming down very, very quickly towards home is Nathan Corrigan from Tigers Jersey. He leads. Thomas Balfour with work to do to hold on to second place here, because the challenge is certainly coming, mainly in lane number 7 from Fraser Allison from Warren de Bass. Going to be a very close finish here. Keep an eye on Nathan Corrigan in lane 6. It looks like he's going to be able to take the win. Very close for second. Thomas Balfour holds on just ahead of William Foster from the City of Derby in the end. But fine swim that from Nathan Corrigan. Thomas Balfour secures second on his birthday. William Foster gets himself third. Time now for heat number 6.
So here we go with heat number 6, and we cross over the halfway stage through the heats for the men's 200 metre individual medley. In lane 0 for this one, from Swim Trafford, is Jack O'Brien. Lane 1, representing Plymouth Leander, is Sam Daly. In 2, from City of Salford, Matthew George. In lane 3 from City of Oxford is Callum Smart. In lane 4, completing the trio of City Ofs, is William Bell from City of Leicester. In lane 5, Michael Rees from Sutton Cheam. In lane 6, Potters Bars, James Woodward. In lane 7, representing Newcastle, is Nicholas Pyle. In lane 8, from Thanet Swim, is Alexander Boyd. And in 9, from South Lanarkshire, is Andrew McIntosh. Currently leading the way at the moment. As we come towards the halfway stage, is Matthew George of City of Salford. Also swimming well in lane 5 from Sutton and Cheam is Michael Rees. He's currently just ahead as we come into the breaststroke leg, but also worth keeping an eye on in lane 7, Nicholas Pyle of Newcastle. He's currently holding 3rd spot. So the front 3 certainly neck and neck at the moment, but just behind them in lane 6, Potters Bars, James Woodward is also worth keeping an eye on. He's certainly in contention here for one of the quickest times in this heat. Also take a look on the outside lane as well. South Lanarkshire's Andrew McIntosh, who certainly seems to be coming strong on this 50. But as they begin to now turn for the final 50 metres of this men's 200 metre individual medley heat, leading the way on the near side is Jack O'Brien of Swim Trafford. Then on the far side in second, Andrew McIntosh. It's not only 1 but 2 outside smokers we've currently got at the moment, but going into the final 25, will either of them be able to hold on for the fastest, quickest time? Because at the moment, bearing down on them in lane 5, Michael Rees of Sutton and Cheam. It looks like he's got the bit between his teeth. In 6 as well, Potters Bars, James Woodward coming in towards the touch. Who will get it? Looks like Michael Rees. It is as well. Time of 2:11.84 for him. James Woodward touches in second. His time 2:12.04. And in third, from City of Salford, it's Matthew George. His time, 2:12.39. And we now move on swiftly to heat number 7.
And away we go then in heat number 7. In lane 0 from the City of Milton Keynes, that's Max Murphy. Ewan Cohen is in 1 from the City of Leeds. His teammate Miles Stirk goes in 2. In lane 3, James Gilly from Millfield. In 4, Jordan Honour from Thanet Swim. In 5, that's Charlie Hutchison from Ellesmere College Titans. In 6, Millfield's Jacob Goodman. In 7, Swansea Aquatics' Lewis Fraser. In lane 8, that's Warren DeBass, Archie Goodburn. And in lane 9 is Max Jameson, completing the field from Thanet Swim. As they come down now in the backstroke, leading the way at the halfway point. Looks like it's going to be either one of Jordan Honour or Miles Stirk. Thanet Swim and City of Leeds, respectively. Jordan Honour going really nicely in this one so far. A really nice turn as well from Jacob Goodfriend of Millfield, getting away really nicely in the breaststroke leg here and getting himself up with the leaders. Also, the other Millfield swimmer, James Gilly, is looking strong on this leg in particular. All of a sudden, the leading 2 becomes the leading 4. As the 2 Millfield boys join the party at the front of the race here. And as they come up towards the 150-metre mark, they're going to turn for home, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see who can get the final sprint here. Down they come. Touching in first was James Gilly of Millfield, 1:39.82. In second was Jordan Honour. In third was Miles Stirk. In 4 was Jacob Goodman. And they are the leading 4 right now. James Gilly still leads the way in lane number 3, but not by a lot. Still time for Miles Stirk or Jordan Honour to catch him, or even his Millfield teammate in lane 6, Jacob Goodman. Going to be very, very close for the touch here. It looks like Miles Stirk just found an extra gear in the final few metres. It's going to be very close. Jacob Goodman gets there by 0.04 of a second. In fact, the top 4 only separated by 0.1 of a second. Jacob Goodman gets the win. Miles Stirk in second, Jordan Honour in third, James Gilly in 4th. Really quick time. It's now time for heat number 8.
And so we commence with heat number 8, where in lane 0 from City of Aberdeen is Finley Deans. In lane 1, representing West Norfolk, Nathan Wells. In 2, from Millfield, Luke Robbins. No lane 3 for this event. In lane number 4, from Plymouth Leander is Freddie Clampett. In 5, representing Thanet Swim is Jamie O'Connor. In lane 6, from Mount Kelly, Tony Joe Tret Oliver. In 7, is his Mount Kelly teammate Ben Harrison. In lane 8, from Shiverers, Joel Thompson. And in 9 is Liam White. He's representing Exeter City. And he's also started off reasonably well in this swim as well as he begins to embark on the halfway point. Also alongside him in the front couple of positions at the moment is Nathan Wells in lane 1 from West Norfolk. Luke Robbins going swiftly as well for Millfield in lane 2. And it's also been a healthy start in lane 0 for City of Aberdeen's Finley Deans as well. As we go into the final 100 metres of this one, certainly expect a charge from the middle of the pool, especially from Freddie Clampett of Plymouth Leander. He's certainly coming on strong as he goes stroke by stroke. To his left as well, Jamie O'Connor, Thanet Swim. He's beginning to make up a bit of ground on the front as well. Still trying to keep in touching distance of the front pack is Liam White on the far side of Exeter City, who made that super start with the luminous green cap on. As we go into the final 50 now, it's certainly anyone's race, especially lane 2 Luke Robbins and lane 4 Freddie Clampett of Plymouth Leander, who are both really beginning to put the foot on the gas now, putting pressure on each other going into the final 25 metres. This is exactly the sort of competitive racing we like to see in this men's 200 metre individual medley, pushing each other all the way for the quickest possible qualifying time here. It looks like Luke Robbins may just have the edge for Millfield, but Freddie Clampett, what's he got left in the tank? Coming towards the touch, it is Luke Robbins of Millfield. His time 2:08.28, 2/10 of a second ahead of Freddie Clampett. And with the third quickest time there, Jamie O'Connor in lane 5 from Thanet Swim. We did say expect pressure from the middle lanes. Freddie Clampett and Jamie O'Connor both provided it, but Luke Robbins in the end comes out on top. As we now move on to heat number 9.
Heat number 9 then, getting towards the business end of these men's 200 metre individual medley heats. In 0 from Cockermouth is Thomas Milburn. In 1 from Ealing is John Britton. In 2 from Edinburgh University, Christopher McColm. In 3 from Millfield, Brady Williams. His teammate Tristan Slater goes in lane 4. In lane 5 from Doncaster Darts, that's Joe Litchfield. In 6 from Roy Bass, George Clough. In 7 from First is Ryan Retson. In 8 from Geary is Gavin Haggerwood, and in 9 from City of Leicester is Kieran Wheatley. Going along really nicely in the early going here is Tristan Slater in lane 4 in the green cap of Millfield. His teammate Brody Williams is right alongside him. And also very much in the conversation is Joe Litchfield in lane 5 from the Doncaster Darts. Just moving through the field now as well as Christopher McColm from Edinburgh University on the breaststroke. Down they go now into the final 70 metres of this race. Looking really good at this stage is Tristan Slater from Millfield. Looking really, really good indeed. He's going to split at 150 in 1:33.56. Couple of seconds ahead of second place. That's Joe Litchfield from Doncaster Darts, but can he catch him on the freestyle? Really quick breaststroke for Tristan Slater. Has he got enough in the tank to hold on? Because here comes Joe Litchfield. And he's coming very, very quickly indeed in towards the final 20 meters here, and it's going to be close for the finish. Joe Litchfield has saved his best till last. He overtakes Tristan Slater into the final 10 meters here, and Joe Litchfield is going to be able to take this heat. Brilliant freestyle from Litchfield. He takes the win, 2:06.56. Tristan Slater is good for second. Brody Williams takes third. It's Millfield 2-3, but Joe Litchfield gets the win. Time now for heat number 11.
So this is the penultimate heat then, heat number 10, and taking the pole for this one. In lane 0, representing City of Sheffield is Sam Budd. In lane 1, from Carnforth is Joshua Thompson. In 2, representing Hatfield is Nathan Hughes. In lane 3, from First is Callum Laurie. Bath University's Josie Fume is in lane 4. In 5, from Loughborough University is Fraser Miniken. In lane 6, representing Doncaster Darts is Jarvis Parkinson. In 7, from Edinburgh University is Kieran Preston. Loughborough University's David Masters is in lane 8. And in 9, from Swindon Dolphins is James Watson. And I'll tell you what, looking on Twitter, if there was a competition between the most supported swimmer at this event, it certainly would be between James Watson and probably Nelson Wells as well of West Norfolk, who we saw in heat number 8. Lots of backing on Twitter, including from Abby, saying good luck to James Watson in the 200 IM today. He's also got the 50 free coming up as well. She says, smash it, James. At the moment, he is struggling a wee bit to keep a pace with the leaders of this one. Coming courtesy of lane 4, Bath University's Josie Fume. Also in lane 5 as well, Fraser Miniken swimming strong, as is David Masters on the far side with the black cap in lane 8 as well. Also a few swimmers behind them trying to break into the front 3 at the moment. Lane 7, Kieran Preston of Edinburgh University as well is in touching distance of David Masters. But in lane 4, leading the way going into the final 50, Bath University and Josie Fume. A lead he's certainly not willing to give up any time soon at all. His qualifying time was a second ahead of Fraser Miniken and 3 seconds ahead of the rest of the pool. So he's certainly expected to be tight between lanes 4 and 5 in the final stretch here. Also trying to put his bid in for a top 3 time is Joshua Thompson of Carnforth. Maybe a bit too little too late for first spot. He's certainly a good swim from him though. Josie Fume does touch him first, time of 2:06.21. Fraser Miniken second, 2:06.4 the time there, and Joshua Thompson does touch in third, a time of 2:06.62. It's now time for the final heat, heat number 11.
And away we go, final heat of the men's 200 IM. In lane 0 from Ellesmere College Titans, Hayden Griffiths. In 1 from Team Ipswich is Jake Tyson. In 2 from Brighton, Dominic Poling. In 3 from Wickham District is James McFadden. Roberto Pavoni goes in lane number 4 from Loughborough. Martin Walton from University of Stirling is in 5. Jacob Greenhow from Taunton Dean is in 6. Daniel Davies from Swansea Aquatics is in 7. Thomas Dean from Maidenhead goes in 8. And Yaron Gerber from Barnet Copsall is in lane number 9. First glimpse of Roberto Pavoni this week from Loughborough in lane number 4. Very, very good 200 medley swimmer. He was at the open water at the weekend at Rother Valley. Naturally winning every event he swam in, both the 1.5 and the 3K as well. He just loves his swimming, does Roberto Pavoni. He's got work to do in this one though. as James McFadden in lane number 3 has gone out very, very quickly from Wickham District. And he's looking very nice indeed in towards the final 75 metres or so here. Dominic Polling from Brighton also going nicely in lane number 2. Alongside Pavoni in 5, that's Martin Walton from the University of Stirling. He's also looking nice as they head towards the final 50 metres here. Keep an eye on Jacob Green now as well from Taunton Dean. It will all go down to the freestyle at this late stage in the race, and leading them out for most of the race has been James McFadden. Can he hold on now into the final 35 metres or so? So McFadden leads, Polling in 2nd, Walton in 3rd. Green now in 4th, Pavoni with work to do in 5th. And as they come towards the wall, coming through in lane number 2 is Dominic Polling, looking very quick indeed into the final few metres. Also Martin Walton in 5. Walton gets there just ahead of Dominic Polling. 2:05.61 the time from Martin Walton. Dominic Polling takes 2nd, James McFadden in 3rd.
Yeah, Steve, we mentioned Tom Balfour's 16th birthday earlier on. Also a couple more coming in as well. Andrew would like to wish happy 14th birthday to Ben Loughlin, who's swimming later in the 53. Also swimming in the 53 later as well. On his 17th birthday is Ben Stamford. Happy birthday from the team of City of Birmingham. And also happy birthday coming in as well. 15th birthday for Hannah Seymour. She'll also be swimming later today.
Time for our next event, ladies and gentlemen. This is the women's multi-class 400 metres freestyle. This is Heat 1. And we are away. This is the first multi-class event of the morning. And we get a chance to see some top quality para-swimming in the pool here at Ponds Forge. Already seen some amazing swims this week. The vast majority of Paralympics GB are here at the Summer Championships, their final home event before they jet away to Rio de Janeiro for the Paralympics, which is so close now. It must be tangible to our swimmers. Our Olympics team currently in Belo Horizonte in Brazil in their holding camp before they move to Rio. Seen some incredible videos coming out of the social media of Adam Peaty somehow doing a press-up in the air. And all the indicators seem to be that both the Olympics and the Paralympics team are very much ready for Rio, which is amazing to see. As I mentioned, this is the final event on home soil for our Paralympic swimmers, 2 of which are in the pool right now. In lane 4, Abby Kane, the S13 swimmer from Ren 96, and in lane 5 is Amy Marin, the S9 swimmer from Romford Town. Cara Smythe completes the field, the S10 swimmer from Incas in lane number 3. Abby Kane, the youngest member of the Paralympics GB swimming squad, qualified when she was just 12, which is absolutely incredible. She will celebrate her 13th birthday just prior to making her Paralympic debut. That's coming up in a few days on the 4th of August. 12-year-old Abby Kane on her way to Rio, and fully earns it as well. If you're new to multi-class swimming, this is a way of allowing all para-swimmers a chance of racing in the same race. Usually, in the Paralympics, they'll race against other swimmers in the same category, but in multi-class, it's all about the time you individually swim. It's not necessarily who touches the wall first who will win the race, as is usually the case. This is all about how quickly each swimmer can swim relatively to their respective world records. For example, Abby Kane in lane number 4, she's an S13 swimmer. She's targeting the S13 world record, that's 4:21.66, set by Rebecca Mayers in the Glasgow World Championships last year. The closer she gets to that time, the more points she will get. Anything over 1,000 is a general indicator that you swam very, very quickly and you might be on for that world record. Amy Marin, the S9 swimmer, is targeting a slightly slower time set by Natalie Dutoit from South Africa of 4:23.81. That was set all the way back in Beijing in 2008. It's a very, very tough world record, that. In para swimming, you often see world records turning over a lot more than you do in AB swimming. But it makes it all the more special when a really old world record goes. As we have seen a few times this week, Steph Millward breaking a 7-year world record on the opening day of these Summer Championships. John Fox also broke a world record, so too did Becky Redfern as well. So 3 world records we've seen in the pool in Ponds Forge this week. And keep an eye on our para swimmers in the pool this morning and this evening, because they're in fine form and you never quite know what sort of times they're capable of swimming. Amy Marin in lane 5 leads the way in this one. She's coming up towards the final turn here. As she comes towards home in the yellow cap of Romford Town. She's been cheered on this week from as far afield as Brisbane. Plenty of support for Amy Marin, the S9 swimmer from Romford Town. As she comes in towards the wall here. She's trying to get as close to Natalie Dutoit's world record as she possibly can. How many points can Amy Marin claim here? As she comes in towards the touch in lane number 5 to win the race, how many points can she get? 688 goes to Amy Marin. Abby Kane coming in behind her with 641, 5:03.40 the time for Abby Kane. And Cara Smythe, the S10 swimmer from Incas, is targeting Elodie Lolandi's world record. She will be a fair bit outside of that, but what sort of time can we see? How many points can she get herself? Can she get a place in the final? 591 points for Cara Smythe, and that completes heat number 1 of the women's 400-metre free. Amy Marin wins the heat with 688 points.
And a reminder once again as well, hashtag SummerChamp16, absolutely loads of you get in touch this morning, whether you are watching from Ponds Forge or watching on the live stream as well, and we'll be reading the best of those as the morning progresses. So make sure you keep them coming in.
This is heat number 2. And away we go in heat number 2. In lane 1 is Ellie Robinson, S6 swimmer from Northampton. In 2, Megan Richter from Orion, she's an S9 swimmer. In 3 is Zara Maluli, the S10 swimmer from Woking. She broke herself a British record last night. Keep an eye on her, she's in good form. Steph Millward is in lane 4, S8 swimmer from Corsham. In 5 is Lily McLeod from Richmond Dale. In 6 is Ellie Simmons from Boldmere. In 7, Grace Harvey from Hoddesdon, and Beth Johnston goes in lane 8, the S10 swimmer from Best. And so once again, a few of our Paralympics GB team in this race. Ellie Simmons in lane number 6. one of the faces of Paralympics 2012 in London. And she does really enjoy the longer races as well. Ellie Robinson in lane number 1 is her closest rival in this race. Both S6 swimmers, so they'll be racing against each other, which does allow for a pretty good indication of where they're going to finish on the board at the end of it. Ellie Robinson, one of the youngsters in the Paralympics GB squad. She grew up as a swimmer with Ellie Simmonds as one of her heroes, and now gets to swim alongside her. And she's no slouch either, Ellie Robinson. She hasn't been overawed by swimming alongside Ellie Simmonds. Beaten her on a number of occasions this week. Meanwhile, at the front of the race, leading the way is Lily McLeod from Richmond Dale, S13 swimmer. Steph Millward isn't too far away, S8 swimmer from Corsham. She's targeting a very tough world record set by Jessica Long, who dominates as well. A bit of a legend in the field is Jessica Long, USA swimmer. 4:40.44 is the time that Steph Millward is targeting. That is very quick. Ellie Simmonds and Ellie Robinson are both after Yelizaveta Mereshko's world record. The Ukrainian swimmer set that in Funchal earlier on this year at the European Championships. I was lucky enough to see that one live. It was some swim from Yelizaveta Mereshko. As they head towards the 300-meter mark, leading the way in terms of the race itself, Lily McLeod from Richmond Dale, S13 swimmer. She's targeting Rebecca Mayer's world record, 4:21.66. She needs to get. We do have a British world record in this event. It's owned by Hannah Russell, the S12 swimmer from the city of Manchester Aquatics. Seen her swimming plenty of times already this week. She swam last night in the 50 and looked very, very quick indeed, only about 2/10 off the world record in that. She does own the 400 meters freestyle world record, set that in Berlin last year. Not swimming though in this event. And as they head towards the 350-meter mark, Steph Millward still looking very, very good here. The S8 swimmer from Corsham. She's targeting the world record of Jessica Long, S8 swimmer from USA, 4:40.44. The closer she can get to that, the higher the score will be. Just coming up to the 4:40 mark now. So you're just going to be outside of world record pace, but it's all about how close she can get. Meanwhile, Ellie Simmonds and Eleanor Robinson turn at the far end. Does it come towards the wall to finish? Lily McLeod touches in for 637 points, but Steph Millward claims herself 780. Really good swim that from Steph Millward, 5:04.66. Zara Maluli gets herself 711. She currently sits in second place. Ellie Simmonds now in lane 6 is coming in. She was targeting Yelizaveta Mereshko's world record of 5:14.69. She's not too far outside of it, 5:32 coming in now. How many points can she get? 865. Good swim from Ellie Simmonds. And Ellie Robinson coming in just behind her. This will be a good score as well. 816 for Ellie Robinson. And as Beth Johnston and Grace Harvey come in on the far side to complete the race. So you 1, 2, 3 from that one. Ellie Simmons, Ellie Robinson and Steph Millward. 865 points from Ellie Simmons, enough to win the heat and qualify for tonight's final.
And as ever, more of your tweets coming in as well. One from Chris saying, "Go Wigan swimmers, powered by pies." That must be the secret. He says, "Good luck also to all the Rio swimmers here today in Sheffield." Certainly echo that sentiment. Rachel says, "Shout out to pool swimming. 4 individual swims and a relay today. Well done, Jacob, Jazz H, M, Maddie, Thea, and Jazz M as well." And Erica also saying, "Good luck to Joel Thompson as Shivers today in the 53 this morning."
It's a turn of the men now. This is the men's multi-class 400 meters freestyle. And this is heat number 1. And away we go in the men's version. Joseph Craig goes in lane 2 from the city of Sunderland. Lewis White from the city of Derby is in 3. Stephen Clegg from East Lothian goes in 4. Oliver Hines in lane number 5 from Nova Centurion. And in 6, also from Nova Centurion, is Benjamin Folston. As I mentioned, multi-class swimming, all about getting as close to your respective world records as you possibly can. And we do have a couple of world record holders in this race. Joseph Craig owns the S7 world record. He set that all the way back at the World Championships in Montreal. 4:39.14 is his personal best. He'll be targeting that one. And Ollie Hines set his in Glasgow last year at that World Championships, 4:24.32. Those two are very much the ones to watch in this one. Just how close can they get to their PBs? How close can they get to those world records? Lewis White and Stephen Clegg, also part of the Paralympics GB setup this year, heading to Rio. Stephen Clegg is an S12 swimmer from East Lothian. He's setting, well, he's trying to reach the record set, I should say, by Danilo Chufarov from Ukraine. That's quite an old one as well, set 3 years ago, in Montreal. 4:05.95 is the time that Stephen Clegg is hunting. And Lewis White, the S9 swimmer from City of Derby, he set himself a British record earlier on this week. He's looking for the world record in this event. That's set by Brendan Hall in Montreal as well. 4:09.93, the time that Lewis White needs to get. And Benjamin Folston in lane 6, targeting the S10s. That's owned by Ian Silverman. 4:03.57, the time that Benjamin Folston has his sights targeted on. Be interesting to see how Joseph Craig and Ollie Hines go in this one. Both of them are swimming as an S8. As I mentioned, Joseph Craig does have the S7 world record. He's since been reclassified as an S8 swimmer. And he's just a little bit behind Ollie Hines at this stage. How quick is Ollie Hines prepared to go? He comes towards the 300-metre mark. Stephen Clegg leading them out, the S12 swimmer from East Lothian. And he turns at 300 metres in 3:13.03. He's on for a fairly decent time as it stands, Stephen Clegg. Ollie Hines splits in 3:19.42. He's on for a decent time as well. If he goes quick, you never know with Ollie Hines. World-class swimmer. He's hunting that world record. Couldn't possibly see it in the heats, could we? Stephen Clegg turns at 350 and turns for home. 346.37 is the split for Stephen Clegg. Ollie Hines splits at 354.06. He's going to have to go very, very quickly, Ollie Hines. His world record stands at 424.32. Going to be just outside of that, I think. Stephen Clegg comes in here underneath the 15-meter mark. And he is going to set the time for the rest of the field to beat. In first, in he comes, he touches in 853 points, very decent, 419.34. Ollie Hines is not very far outside his world record. That time's just gone now, so this is going to be a high score from Ollie Hines. 952 from Ollie Hines, the Nova Centurion swimmer. Very, very quick indeed. Lewis White also claimed himself 805 points. That is not bad going either. Joseph Craig now coming in. S8 swimmer from the city of Sunderland. This is going to be a pretty good score. 810 for Joseph Craig. Some fine swims there from our swimmers. Benjamin Falston getting 729 in the end. Ollie Hines wins the heats. I do have a feeling Ollie Hines will be after that a little bit later on this evening. As I mentioned, not long to go until heat number 2. Full field expected in heat 2. And do keep sending us your tweets. Hashtag SummerChamps16. We've been getting some really, really good ones on Twitter this morning. We'll be reading out the best ones throughout the morning. And time now for heat number 2. And we're away in heat number 2. In lane 0 is Callum Pearson from Hastings. He's an S10 swimmer. And quite a few of those in this race. Indeed, the next 3 are all S10s. Craig McNeil from Swin Trafford in 2. Jonathan Eek from City of Cardiff in 3. And Kahoru Harazawa from Beckenham in 4. Jonathan Booth in lane number 5 from Borough of Kirklees is an S9 swimmer. Jackson Simmons from City of Peterborough goes in 6. He's an S13. Oliver Carter from Carnegie is another S10 swimmer in lane number 7. Michael Jones from Mount Kelly goes in 8. He's an S7. And Jacob Leach from Cockermouth is an S8 swimmer in lane number 9. So quite a lot of S10 swimmers go in this one. I count 5 in total. That makes it a little bit easier to see how the race is going, because obviously they're all hunting the same time. So whoever finishes first out of those swimmers will finish first out of those swimmers. That becomes a little bit more straightforward. Jonathan Booth is leading them out in this one, in lane number 5. Borough of Kirklees swimmer, S9 category, part of the Paralympics GB setup. He's targeting the world record owned by Brendan Hall from Australia. That is 4:09.93. Set again at the World Championships in Montreal. And Kaoru Harazawa now just starting to take advantage in this race, looking very, very good indeed. Kaoru Harazawa already been on the podium a couple of times this week, the Beckenham Summit. Still very young is Kaoru Harazawa, only born in 1997. He's looking good in this one. Certainly, as I mentioned, there are a lot of S10 swimmers in this, and Kaoru Harazawa is well ahead of the rest of them. So looking good for the Beckenham man. Jonathan Booth isn't too far away. He's an S9 swimmer, so will naturally be a little bit slower than Harazawa, who is an S10. It's going to be quite close between those two to see who gets the most multi-class points here. Harazawa is chasing 4:03. Booth is chasing 4:09. So I'd imagine as it comes towards the wall here, Booth looks in a good position to win it. As Harazawa tries to put himself a little bit further apart. He'll beat all the other S10 swimmers. Will he beat Jonathan Booth? Harazawa touches in, 760 points. Booth comes in, 808, just about enough to take the win over Harazawa. Can we see any other times that are good enough to beat that? Michael Jones and Jacob Leach are the ones to watch in 8 and 9. S7 and S8 swimmers. What sort of times can we see? In comes Jacob Leach in lane 9 and Michael Jones in lane 8. 725 for Leach and 840 for Michael Jones. What a good swim that is from the Mount Kelly swimmer. Enough to win the heat. Really, really good swim from Michael Jones. Jonathan Booth takes second. Kaoru Harazawa takes third.
So let's have an update then on what you're saying online at the moment. Hashtag SummerChamp16. As ever, quite a few of you getting in touch as well. Randall says congratulations to Anne Tavian for her 9th finish in the prelims in the British Summer Championships earlier on this morning. Also, Charlie's saying well done to all of the Swim Trafford swimmers for this week, and good luck to Holly Rowlinson as well in the 200 individual medley, which is coming up in a few moments' time. And also Helen saying she's a proud mum this morning as well. And Lily saying good luck to Jacob. Carry on making Chase proud. That's Jacob Davis. He'll come up later on. So next up is event 505, the women's 200 metre individual medley heats. Starting off with heat 1. So here we go then with heat 1, and in this one, in lane 2, from Bicester is Charlotte Wynne-Jones. In lanes 3 and 4 is the City of Leeds pair of Ruby Palmer and Charlotte Robinson respectively. Lane 5 from South Lanarkshire is Lucy Ross. In lane 6, representing City of Birmingham is Sophie Negrin. In lane 7 from Sevenoaks is Ellie Vowell, and leading the way at this early point just over the quarter mark of this heat, Charlotte Wynne-Jones in lane 2 of Bicester. Also on the far side as well, Ellie Vowell of Sevenoaks making early inroads too. And down the centre, pretty scattered at the moment, just peaking in the middle. In lane 3 is Ruby Palmer to the lead. She's around a length ahead of her teammate Charlotte Robinson as well. And in lane 5, Lucy Ross seemingly been left behind here for South Lanarkshire, but I'm sure in the last 100 she'll really start to put the foot onto the gas. Level pegging at the moment, right at the front in lanes 2 and 7. Almost swimming simultaneously are Charlotte Wynne-Jones of Bicester and Ellie Vowell of Seven Oaks. And look at that, on the breaststroke leg, really beginning to emerge now is Ruby Palmer of City of Leeds. Could this be a very strong last 100 metres from her? It certainly looks as if it's going to be at the moment. She's overtaken Charlotte Wynne-Jones. Her next challenge is to try and catch Ellie Vowell as well, and she certainly is keen on doing that, as you can see from the intensity of this breaststroke leg here. Just to her left as well, still Charlotte Robinson in touching distance, not too far behind. She currently holds 3rd spot at the moment, but just leading the way as we now go on to the final 50. On the far side is Ellie Vowell, but Ruby Palmer will definitely have something to say about this going into the final 30 metres. They are level pegging with 25 left. Looks like Ellie Vowell just has her nose in front at the moment, but it's going to be terribly close between her and Ruby Palmer as we now enter the final 15 metres of this first heat. Who is going to take it? Will it be Ruby Palmer in lane 3 for City of Leeds, or Ellie Vowell lane 7 for Seven Oaks? They come really close to the touch, and it is Ellie Vowell of Seven Oaks who just manages to hold on there in the last 50. Looked like Ruby Palmer was really bearing down the back of it, but Ellie Vowell just managed to get the quicker time there by 100th of a second. In 3rd spot, making it a Leeds 2-3 in this first heat, is Charlotte Robinson. Next up, Heat 2. And here we go with the second heat. Much fuller pool for this one. In lane 0 from City of Leeds is Layla Black. In lane 1 representing Millfield is Emma Harvey. In 2 from City of Newport is Scarlett Major. In lane 3 from City of Milton Keynes is Ayana Lawson. Lane 4 from Hearts Midlothian is Katie Taylor. In lane 5 from Mount Kelly, Molly Francis. In 6 from Newcastle, Madeline Hardingham. City of Leeds is Rebecca Kleins in lane 7. In lane 8 from Bournemouth is Charlotte James, and completing the pool in lane 9 is City of Peterborough and Maya Leach. So we come over the quarter point of this one. Very, very even so far, as you'd expect in the early parts of this heat. No one beginning to make their move yet. All pretty tense and tight, although saying that, at the moment, lane 1 and Emma Harvey of Millfield beginning to apply the pressure as we come towards the halfway point. Just behind her in second as well at the moment is Hearts Midlothian and Katie Taylor in lane number 4. Those two are the first two to touch at the halfway point, but the rest of the pool behind them is pretty level as well, and they'll all be keen on trying to disrupt their rhythm. Lane 3 at the moment, Ayana Lawson of City of Milton Keynes certainly one to watch on this breaststroke leg. She's really started to come through strong at the moment. It's almost a flat line between the front 7 or 8. Anyone's race at the moment. What's Katie Taylor got of Hearts Midlothian? She qualified with the quickest time for this heat, but she's starting to drop off right when it matters at the moment. Going into the freestyle leg, she looks like she'll be one of the stragglers here, so she needs to up the pace as we now enter the final 50 metres. Right at the front, on the near side, look at that, superb from Layla Black of City of Leeds, almost going unnoticed on the near side. Real strong stuff from her. Her teammate Rebecca Kleins also on the other side in lane 7 is not going too badly either. She may get second at this moment in time, but she'll certainly be in competition with Scarlett Major in lane 2 and also Ayana Lawson in lane 3. But no one is catching Layla Black of City of Leeds. What a performance from the dark horse on the outside lane as she comes in lane 0, touching in with a time of 2:24.19. Significantly higher, 2.6 seconds higher than her qualifying time. So superb stuff from her. Also going quickly there in lane 2 was Scarlett Major of City of Newport, and completing the fastest 3 is Rebecca Kleins of City of Leeds. Also a DQ to bring you in lane 1 as well. And that completes heat number 2. Heat number 3. And so we start with Heat 3, this Heat 3 of 10. So in this one, lane 0 from Davencio XL is Bethan Thomas. In lane 1 from City of Aberdeen is Rosie Morgan. In 2 from Ellesmere College Titans, Pia Murray. In 3 from Enfield is Megan Malloy. In lane 4, Hatfield's Laura Copping. City of Birmingham and Elizabeth Kingham occupy lane 5. In 6 from Wigan Best is Charlotte Nesta. In lane 7 from Poole is Jasmine McCrea. Bethany Walker and from City of Lincoln make up lane 8. And in 9 from Ellesmere College Titans is Anna Smale. So coming towards the halfway point, and in lane 7 leading the way at the moment for Poole, Jasmine McCrea. Although she's not too far ahead of Elizabeth Kingham in lane 5 and City of Birmingham. Those two touching in there at the halfway point in 1 and 2. Touching in 3rd, Charlotte Nesta of Wigan Best in lane 6. So it's going to be close between those 3. Also going strongly as well at the moment on the far side was Anna Smale there in the first half of this race. Will she be able to continue that for the second? It's looking doubtful at the moment, and especially as on the near side, Davencio's Bethan Thomas seems to be coming on a little bit quicker in the second 100 metres of this heat. But level pegging at the front 3 at the moment. Lane 7, Jasmine McCrea. In 6, Charlotte Nesta. And in lane 5, Elizabeth Kingham as well. So they will now begin to make the turn for the final 50 with the City of Birmingham swimmer slightly ahead at this moment. Not by much though. Only 0.8 seconds currently separating her and Charlotte Nesta. Currently in 3rd as well is Jasmine McCrea of Poole. Those 3 have been at the front all the way through this individual medley. Who will take the quickest time going into the final 25? It's going to be very interesting to see. Looks like Elizabeth Kingham's just got ahead in front at the moment, slightly ahead of Charlotte Nesta. Jasmine McCrea also trying to keep her pace as well, but she's struggling at the moment. Level pegging Elizabeth Kingham and Charlotte Nesta going into the final few metres, awfully tight, and just managing to do it there is Charlotte Nesta of Wigan Best. Her time 2:24.65. 0.16 seconds ahead of Elizabeth Kingham and City of Birmingham, who seem to have that under wraps with 100 metres to go. Just shows you never know what's going to happen in this event, however. And touching in with the 3rd quickest time for Poole, Jasmine McCrea. Her time 2:25.22. It's now time for heat number 4. So we now move swiftly on to heat number 4, and for this one in lane 0 for Exeter City is Elia May Webb. In 1 for Hearts Midlothian is Kiana McInnes. In 2, Royal Wolverhampton's Neve Hoffland. In 3 from City of Birmingham, Alexandra Bartley. Millfield and Isabel Jones make up lane 4. In 5 from City of Sheffield is Kate Clifton. In 6 from Rotherham is Debbie Cocking. In lane 7, City of Leicester's Daisy Platts. In 8 from City of Sheffield, Madeline Dyer. And in 9 representing Stockport Metro is Kira Henley. Leading the way at the moment is Rotherham's Debbie Cocking. She'll touch in at the halfway point ahead of Isabel Jones by just over a second. But of course that is a gap that is definitely catchable as far as the Millfield swimmer is concerned. Not much of a deficit at all at the moment. especially Madeline Dyer will be thinking that of City of Sheffield. She's trying to close down her South Yorkshire rival Debbie Cocking at the moment, who still leads the way with 75 metres to go. And as we are halfway through the breaststroke leg, it's definitely looking tight in the middle, especially between the front 5 swimmers. You've got the 2 peaking right at the front, lane 8 Madeline Dyer, City of Sheffield, and Debbie Cocking in lane 6. Then behind them in lane 7 is Daisy Platts from City of Leicester, Kate Clifton lane 5, and also in 4 Isabel Jones as well. So certainly worth keeping your eye on that battle between lanes 5 and 8. Going into the final 50 now. Onto the freestyle. Also coming on strong, Isabel Jones of Millfield. She's really looking as if she's purposeful going into the last 30. Will she be able to catch Debbie Cocking, though, who's led for much of this individual medley? She's level pegging with Madeline Dyer. It's Rotherham against Sheffield at the moment into the last 20 of this heat. Level pegging. Looks like Madeline Dyer may have the momentum, though. Although Debbie Cocking trying to give one last kick here into the final 5 metres or so. Will it be Sheffield or Rotherham? In towards the touch we go, and it will be Madeline Dyer. Time of 2:23.62. Ahead of Debbie Cocking. Her time 2:23.78. And completing the fastest trio, Isabel Jones of Millfield, 2:24.79. It was going to be any 3 from 5, and in the end, it was City of Sheffield, Rotherham and Millfield touching in with the fastest 3 times. And next up is Heat 5.
And away we go then in heat number 5, getting towards the second half of these 200 IM heats. In lane 0 from City of Leicester is Michaela Glenister. In 1 from Wickham District, that's Eleanor Cohen. In 2 from Thanet Swim is Daisy Anderson. In 3 from Plymouth Leander, Tegan Drew. In 4, Calypso Harvey from the City of Hereford. 5 is Sarah Vasey from the City of Derby. In 6, Rachel Wellings from the City of Peterborough. Rosanna Arnold goes for Thanet Swim in 7. And Caitlin Bergin is in lane number 9. She's a Stockport Metro swimmer. And going along very, very nicely indeed is Caitlin Bergin in lane number 9. She currently leads the way, not by a lot. Right up with it is lane number 3. That's Tegan Drew on the backstroke here. It was originally a very, very good fly from Daisy Anderson, but she's just slipped away slightly in the backstroke. Can she bounce back in the breaststroke? Leading 3, Caitlin Bergin, Tegan Drew, Rachel Wellings. But of course, this is the leg where it can all change. Going along very nicely indeed. In lane number 5, just coming through the field here, is Sarah Vasey from the City of Derby. Her breaststroke has been superbly strong. Often say the breaststroke can really change a medley. Never truer than in this race. Sarah Vasey wasn't anywhere near the top 3 at the start of the breaststroke, and now she leads them by a length. Really, really good chance for Sarah Vasey to claim a win here. Calypso Harvey is coming in lane 4. Also, Caitlin Bergin over in lane 9 has remained pretty strong. But I don't think anyone's going to be able to catch Sarah Vasey here in lane number 5. Looking very, very good indeed. In she comes then, the City of Derby swimmer to take the win in heat number 5. Sarah Vasey first, Calypso Harvey second, Rosanna Arnold in third. Fine swim from Sarah Vasey from the City of Derby. there has been a disqualification in lane number 6. Now time for heat number 6.
Off and underway then with heat number 6. In lane 0 for this one, representing Borough of Kirklees is Keelan Fitton. In 1 from Swim Trafford is Holly Rowlinson. No lane 2. In lane 3 from South Lanarkshire is Jennifer King. In 4 representing City of Peterborough, Molly Allen. In lane 5 from South Ayrshire, Katie Robertson. In lane 6, City of Derby is Eleanor Baldwin. Lane 7 is occupied by Warrender Bath's Katie Smith. In lane 8 from Ellesmere College Titans is Eleanor Southward, and in 9 on the far side from Nova Centurion is Kelsey Campbell. Awfully tight between the front 4 at this early stage, in particularly on the far side, as we mentioned, Casey Campbell, and also just inside her as well in lane 8, Eleanor Southward making a decent start, but as we get to the halfway point, it does seem like Eleanor Baldwin of City of Derby holds the advantage here. Not by much, half a second ahead of Kelsey Campbell at this early stage. And Kelsey Campbell is certainly making a great spring from the wall there as she now embarks onto her breaststroke leg. So the front 2 beginning to peel away from the rest of the pool, who are trying to apply the pressure, in particularly lane 4, Molly Allen of City of Peterborough, and looking across to lane 8 as well, and Eleanor Southward, her early pressure. She's looking to maintain. Lane 6. Eleanor Baldwin, City of Derby, beginning to come on strong though, and Kelsey Campbell has to be aware of that. The Nova Centurion swimmer looks as if she may lead going into the final 50, but it'll certainly be close between her and Eleanor Baldwin. And in fact, it is Eleanor Baldwin that does lead the way onto the freestyle. So keep your eye out on the far side for Kelsey Campbell. Also on the near side as well, Keelan Fitton for Borough of Kirklees is going strong. Seen a few from the outside lanes taking the quickest heat times already this morning. It looks like it'll be the one on the outside lane though. Kelsey Campbell at the moment in lane 9 that may do just that. Lane 6 though, Eleanor Baldwin of City of Derby may push Kelsey Campbell all the way. Also going strong Molly Allen, but Kelsey Campbell will take it. Time of 2:22.25. Eleanor Baldwin touching in second, 2:22.6 for her. And in third, Molly Allen of City of Peterborough. Her time 2:23.06. And also, as we get to the halfway point, over the halfway point now of the women's 200-metre individual medley heats, we'll take another look across to Twitter, where you've been getting in touch in your droves. Hashtag Summer Champs 16 as ever is the hashtag. So we're now ready for heat 7.
Here comes heat number 7 then. In 0 from Guildford City is Lucy Bean. In 1 from City of Coventry, that's Abigail Humphreys. Tia Ward goes in lane number 2 from the City of Leeds. Sophia Wilson from Guildford City is in 3. In 4, that's Daniela Whitting from Aquay Salice. In 5, Raquel Matos from Edinburgh University. In 6, Bethany Firth from Newcastle. In 7, from Lincoln is Abigail Burr. Tori Sopp goes in lane 8 from Wirral Metro. And in lane 9 is Stockport Metro's Molly Roodhouse. And looking good here in lane number 5. That's Raquel Matos of Edinburgh University. Going along really nicely. Rest of them are very, very close. In lane 6, Bethany Firth part of the Paralympics GB swimming squad, swimming in this race. Just goes to show how quick she is, that she can keep up with these swimmers. She's looking very, very good. Currently in second place, Bethany Firth from Newcastle. Turned in third, but got a good turn, and she's now in second. Abigail Humphreys in lane 1 was a swimmer who just beat her to the touch, but she is starting to come through here, and also starting to come through in lane 3, looking really good on the breaststroke. It's Sophia Wilson from Guildford City. Really strong swim this on the breaststroke leg from Sophia Wilson. Turning in first though, at 150 is Raquel Matos of Edinburgh University. In second, Lucy Bean in 0 from Guildford City. Her teammate Sophia Wilson turned in third. Going to be a close finish, this one. In lane 0, Lucy Bean from Guildford City is going really, really nicely. And also in 3, her teammate Sophia Wilson is right up alongside her. Raquel Matos just about leads, but that lead is shrinking. It's going to be so close, right on the touch. Who's going to get there? Matos holds on by 0.06 of a second. Sophia Wilson gets herself second. Lucy Bean in third. Really, really close finish there. But Raquel Matos did just hold on, and she gets herself first place in heat number 7. So now for heat number 8.
So here we go with heat number 8, this heat 8 of 10. So not long to go in the women's 200-metre individual medley heats. Taking the pole for this one in lane 0 from Newcastle is Jane Brown. Lane 1 representing Stockport Metro is Katie Matz. In 2 from Billingham, Stephanie Blakeburn. Lucy McKenzie from Stockport Metro is in lane 3. In 4 from Maidenhead, Constance Dean. In lane 5, Emily Large from Newcastle. Lane 6 is occupied by Sedgefield's Hannah Featherstone. In lane 7 from City of Sheffield, Amy Bell. Courtney Price from Royal Wolverhampton is in lane 8. And in 9 from Lincoln Vulcans is Tara Hayworth. And as we come towards the halfway point of this 8th heat, in lane 6 leading the way at the moment is Hannah Featherstone, but not by much. In lane 2, Stephanie Blakeburn certainly doing all she can to apply the pressure on the backstroke leg as we now move on to the breaststroke. And simultaneously touching the wall there was Constance Dean in lane 4 for Maidenhead and Stephanie Blakeburn for Billingham as well. So certainly not much separating those two as we come on to the 3rd leg here and cross over the halfway point of this heat. And it's evident that the breaststroke is certainly a strength for Constance Dean of Maidenhead in lane 4. She's beginning to peel away from the rest of the pool, and there's nothing they can do about it as they get left in her wake at the moment. Lane 6 trying to mount up some sort of challenge is Hannah Featherstone of Sedgefield, though it is difficult at the moment to match the pace being set by Constance Dean of Maidenhead. She touches in first going into the final 50. The rest of the pool is pretty evenly spread. Also keep your eye on lane 1 and Katie Matz of Stockport Metro as well as she begins to kick going into the final 50. She's had a very strong last 75. Can she make it count going into the final 25? But Constance Dean of Maidenhead beginning to pull away going into the final 10 metres. She's around half a length ahead of Katie Matz, and that might just do it as we come in towards the wall. Also swimming strong, trying to get second is Hannah Featherstone at the moment, but Constance Dean gets first, 2:17.77 the time for her. Touching in second, Katie Matz of Stockport Metro, with a time that improves on her qualifying time by 0.89 seconds, and Hannah Featherstone of Sedgefield as well completes the fastest trio with a time of 2:19.62. And next up, we have heat number 9.
Penultimate heat then of the 200 metres individual medley. In lane 0 from Loughborough University is Megan Morrison. In 1 from Plymouth Leander, Laura Stevens. In 2 from City of Leeds is Sophie Hobbit. In 3 from Loughborough is Abby Wood. In 4 from Edinburgh University is Emily Jones. In 5 from City of Leicester, Candice Hall. In 6 from Pioneer 79 is Neve Robinson. 7 is Chloe Hannon from City of Peterborough. Neve McDonough from the Borough of Stockton goes in 8. And Rebecca Sutton from Bridgend County is in 9. As they enter into the final 25 metres of the backstroke here. Looking good. In lane 5 is Candice Hall, but of course all can change in a medley. Also going nicely is Plymouth Leander's Laura Stevens in 1. As they split at the backstroke, leading the way, 103.90 goes to Candice Hall. In 2nd was Chloe Hannon, 64.35. 3rd was Laura Stevens, but this is where it can all change, of course, the breaststroke. I say it can all change. It might just give Candice Hall an extra bit of impetus here. She leads the way by quite a bit now. Into the final 15 metres of the breaststroke, looking really strong, Candice Hall. As they head now into the turn, it is Candice Hall who leads. 144.84. She turns it home into the freestyle. Can anyone catch her? Emily Jones in 4 from Edinburgh. Abby Wood in 3 from Loughborough are the 2 closest in attendance. Not too far away is Neve Robinson in lane 6 from Pioneer 79 as well. How close can they get to our leader? In lane 5, Candice Hall is led for a long way here, but here comes Abby Wood from Loughborough, being urged on by her teammates down below me, and she looks like she's just going to have enough here to get the touch ahead of Candice Hall. In they come. Abby Wood gets there by 0.03 of a second. Abby Wood takes the win. Candice Hall in 2nd. Emily Jones in 3rd. Neve Robinson was good for 4th. Chloe Hannon in 5th, but a really good freestyle leg there from Abby Wood to take the win in the penultimate heat. Time now for heat number 10.
So this is, of course, the final heat then of the women's 200-metre individual medley. They've gone very quickly through the heat so far. Don't forget, after this as well, we've got the men's 50 freestyle and also the women's 50 breast as well. But we've looked to the pool in this one. In lane 0 from City of Birmingham is Rebecca Kamau. In lane 1 from Edinburgh University is Tame Bruce. In 2 from Geary is Orla Adams. In lane 3 from Loughborough University, Beth Aitchison. In 4, also from Loughborough University, is Emma Day. In lane 5, representing City of Leeds, is Kiara Schlossen. In lane 6, from Guildford City, Alicia Wilson. Lane 7, from First, is Charnel Snedden. In lane 8, from Noah Centurion, Rosie Rudin. And in 9, from Stockport Metro, Anna Luland. As we come towards the halfway point of this final heat, leading the way in lane 4, Emma Day of Loughborough University. She's certainly taken the initiative so far. On the far side, not too far behind her as well, is Anna Newlands of Stockport Metro. And also as we look towards the near side, in lane 1, Tame Bruce of Edinburgh University. Not going too badly either. But at the moment, as we go on to the breaststroke leg, Well, you'd expect positions to begin to change at the front. It looks as if it's quite an unassailable lead for Emma Day at the moment for Loughborough University. She's around 2 lengths ahead of the nearest competitor, which is Anna Newlands on the far side of Stockport Metro. And as Emma Day will turn for the final 50 here, she's certainly on for the quickest time that we've seen yet. She's got an entry time coming into this of 2:15.04. Not too far behind her on those qualifying times was Kira Schlosson of City of Leeds. She was 0.6 seconds behind. At the moment, she's 6 seconds behind. So certainly Emma Day doing all she can here to really romp home with victory and qualify with ease in this 10th and final heat. Way ahead of the rest of the pool. It's going to be tight for second, but certainly not for first. Emma Day for Loughborough University. She will touch in with a time of 2:14.57, which betters her qualifying time as well. So superb swimming from Emma Day. Touching in second on the far side, Anna Newlands of Stockport Metro with a time of 2:18.47. Another improvement as well on the qualifying times. And with the third quickest time there, Ola Adams of Geary, her time 2:19.1. And that concludes the heats for the women's 200 metre individual medley. So as I say, lots more swimming still to come, including the men's 50 freestyle and also the women's 50 back as well. And then to conclude the morning session, we've got what we're all raring and looking forward to, which of course is the team freestyle 400 metre event. So that's to come at the back end of the morning session. And for now, we'll take another look for your tweet, Steve.
Yeah, we certainly do. Shout out to Meg, who's tweeted good luck to Ellie Mitchell in the 50 metre back. We're all supporting you. Smash it, she says. Hashtag SummerChamps16. And so to Amanda Lovelock, saying good luck to Pavan Mawaha from Harris Swimming. Dream it, believe it, P Dizzle, she says. I won't call Pavan P Dizzle. I don't think I've got that quite level of friendship just yet. And Helen Hind has been in touch as well. Just love it that Nova Centurion are rocking the pool. They've certainly had a very good morning here, have the Nova team. And it is time for our next event. This is the men's 50 metre freestyle. Heat 1.
So for this one, in lane 1 we have Keir Buchanan, in lane 2 Fraser Wilson, in 3 Noah Dost, in lane 4 Miles Robinson Young, in lane 5 is William Geary, lane 6 Benjamin Laughlin, in 7 Max Weeks, and in 8 Joseph Thompson. Soaring down the middle, a real splash and dash for this one with the 53, leading the way in lane 5 William Geary of Worcester. Can anyone catch him going in towards the final few metres now? The answer is a resounding no, a time of 26.03 for him. Touching in second for Guildford City, Noah Dwest, his time 26.39, and 300ths of a second behind was Joseph Thompson, Plymouth Leander, his time 26.39. And it's now time for heat number 2. In lane 0 for this one is Jacob Davis. In 1, Matthew Richards. Lane 2, Hayden Arwan. In lane 3 is Cameron Clark. Nathaniel Rodriguez in lane 4. In 5, James Brett. In 6, Lionel Arwan. In 7, Toby Ryland. Thomas Selby's in lane 8. And Archie Dunn is in lane 9. Coming down the centre now, you can see Nathaniel Rodriguez of Seven Oaks. Looks as if he's certainly the man to catch in lane 4. It certainly is as well, a time of 25.65. Just behind him by 800ths of a second is Cameron Clark of City of Newport. And that concludes heat number 2. And we're now ready for heat number 3. In lane 0 for this one, Finn Lewis-Gale. In 1, Will Morris. Lane 2 is Owen O'Connor. Lane 3, William Graham. Luke Pullen's in 4. Zachary Broomfield is in lane 5. Greg Rowe in 6. Louis Mitchell in lane 7. Oliver Willis is in lane 8. And Ewan Davis in lane 9. And look at that, lane 8. Oliver Willis of Street absolutely soaring ahead at the moment. Can anyone catch it going into the final couple of metres? Bang on, 25 seconds for Oliver Willis of Street. In second, on the near side, Finn Lewis-Gale, 25.42 the time for him. And Louis Mitchell of Corby completes the front 3. His time, 25.46. And now it's time for heat number 4.
Away we go then. Heat number 4. Benjamin Samuel in 0. 1, Rollins Tavernos. 2, Thomas Shepherd. 3, Reed Jones. 4, Jake Moxon. 5, Jack Miller. 6, Matthew Titman. 7, Angus Nicol. 8, Jack Simpson. 9, Hugh Williams. As they come down towards the final 10 metres here, going really well, is Rollins Tahanovs from Plymouth Leander in lane number 1. It's going to be close between him and Benjamin Samuel in 0. And we have ourselves a tie. Benjamin Samuel, 25-23. Matthew Titman in lane 6, 25-23. Only 300ths of a second. Behind was Jack Simpson from Hillzone in 3rd. Don't come much closer than that. Wow, time now for heat number 5. In 0, Reese Howson. 1, Rupert Haig. 2, Adam Metcalf. 3, Samuel Cotty. 4, Edward Maddox. 5, Lewis Kerrod. 6, Jonathan Milner. 7, Joel Thompson. 8, Leighton Mayers. 9, Jack Llewellyn. 20 minutes to go then. And it's a close race, as you'd expect. Lewis Kerrod just about with the advantage in lane 5. Coming close to him, Edward Maddox in lane 4. Going to be close once again in the touch. Think Lewis Kerrod's going to get there. Yes, he does. And we've got ourselves another tie. This time for second place. Edward Maddox and Samuel Cossie, 25-13. Well, well, well. Great swim from Lewis Kerrod. Sub-25 from the City of Leicester swimmer. Time now for heat number 6. Scott Gibson in 0, Harvey Jolly in 1, in 2, Joshua Munro, 3, James Watson, 4, Anton Akopian, 5, Jacob Goodman, 6, Kyle Tunner, 7, Connor Joyce, 8, Alexander Mason, 9, Sam Phippen. Down towards the touch then, final 10 metres, outside smoker right now, Sam Phippen in lane 9. He looks like he might have the advantage, going to be very, very close right on the touch. Sam Phippen gets there. Outside burner was Sam Phippen in lane number 9, 24.58. Connor Joyce and Alexander Mason in 2nd and 3rd. Those two are in lane 7 and 8 as well. All the action coming on the far side. And can we please have a coach from the City of Hereford and Aquay Salice to the timing suite, please. As a coach from the City of Hereford and Aquay Salice to the Amiga suite immediately, please. Thank you.
This is heat number 7. In lane 0 is Jack Tucker. Lane 1, Thomas Carswell. Lane 2 is Jake Clappison. Jacob Peterson in lane 3. Ewan Smith in 4. Harry Constantine makes up lane 5. James Eddy is in 6. In lane 7, Josie Page. Lane 8, Nicholas Laws. And Luke Turley is in lane 9. And roaring away at the moment, James Eddy in lane 6 with some real purpose. Just ahead of Harry Constantine. And he just touches before the Hatfield swimmer as well. James Eddy taking it there with a time of 24.09 ahead of Harry Constantine. Jack Tucker of Millfield makes up the top 3. His time is 24.68. And now it's time for heat number 8. In lane 0 is Sam Daly. Lane 1, Jamie Ingram. Oliver Lyons is in lane 2. In lane 3, Jacob Lee. In 4, Benjamin Stanford. Rory Burdins in lane 5. In lane 6, Thomas Sinclair. Lane 7, William Cole. In 8, Hamish Milne-Skillman. In lane 9 is Miles Sturck coming towards the finish. Look at that, lane 5, Rory Burdin really got the bit between his teeth there as he comes in with a time of 23.63. Cracking stuff from him. Second spot, Jamie Ingram of Daventia with a time of 24.15. In fact, he was level with Jacob Lee. So those two really going at it towards the end. They both just pipped Benjamin Stanford to the top 3 spots. Next up, heat number 9. In lane 0 is Charlie Pullen. Henry Reynolds is in lane 1. Alex Ray in lane 2. Yasuki Leegard is in lane 3. In 4, Miles Munro. Daniel Spears is in lane 5. In 6, Greg Watson. In lane 7 is James Oxborough. In lane 8, Jack Skarsneck. And in 9, Benjamin Martin. Coming towards the finish. Looks like it's going to be a 2-horse race between Daniel Spears and Miles Munro towards the touch. In fact, Yasuki Leegard gets it for Wickham District. Could have been any one of 5 there, but he does it by 0.02 of a second ahead of Daniel Spears. His time 22.86. Daniel Spears is 22.88. Miles Munro completes the front 3. Time now for the penultimate heat, heat number 10.
In lane 0 in this one, Joshua Thompson. 1, Lewis Clough. 2, Lewis Burris. 3, Samuel Irvine. 4, David Cambridge. 5, Callum Bain. 6, Ziggy Frankie Webster. 7, David Thompson. 8, Michael Jacobs. 9, Louis Barker. Coming towards the wall, going very, very quickly. David Cambridge from Edinburgh University. He's going to take this one. No sweat. Really good swim. 22.71 from David Cambridge. That's quick. Callum Bain gets a second. Samuel Irvine into third. Really impressive swim that though from David Cambridge. Heat number 11. In 0, Scott McClay. 1, Craig Azurk. 2, Grant Quigley. 3, Kieran McGuckin. 4, Thomas Fannin. 5, James Peake. 6, Elliot Clogg. 7, Matthew Bruce. 8, Grant Henderson. 9, Andrew Roy. And here comes Thomas Fannin cutting through the field here in lane number 4 from Plymouth Leander. Really impressive young swimmer this one. Can he hold on? to the lead. It's going to be close. He just about does. 200ths of a second, edging out James Peake from Millfields and edging out Kieran McGurkin from Edinburgh University. Just 400ths of a second separate the top three there. It does not get much closer than that. Really good win for Tom Fannin in lane number 4. Really, really good swim from Tom Fannin. His teammate Ben Proud currently over in Rio at the holding camp Belo Horizonte. Those two swim the same event as teammates from Plymouth Leander. There's few better to learn off than Ben Proud. It looks like he's applying the lessons. Tom Fannin looking strong for Plymouth Leander.
Yeah, we certainly saw some blistering times there, Steve, in the heats for the men's 53, and it certainly makes for a lot of anticipation towards tonight's finals as well. Certainly lots to look forward to there, especially with the next event coming up as well. Which is event 507. It's the women's 50-metre backstroke. This is heat 1. In lane 0 is Anna Blakely. In 1, Hannah Seymour. In 2, Mia Carter. Lane 3 is Kelsey Geary. In lane 4, Yasmin Hamerlane. In lane 5, Leah Radzianate. In lane 6, Charlotte Wynne-Jones. Lane 7 is Neve Page. And in 8, Pia Murray. And leading the way at the moment in lane 5 is Leah Radzianate of Stowmarket in the purple costume. Looks like she's pretty untouchable as she comes towards the finish. She's going to be close for second. But no doubt about first, Leah Radzianate with a time of 30.2 there, ahead of Mia Carter, Bishop Stortford, touching in third on the near side. Anna Blakely in lane 0 for City of Peterborough, but the winning time from Leah Radzianate, 30.2. And we now move on to heat number 2. In lane 0 is Taraya Evans. Lane 1, Constance Farmer. Lane 2, Maddie Harris. In lane 3 is Olivia Burrow. Charlie Jones is in lane 4. In 5 is Amber Moir. In lane 6, Emma Jones. In 7, Oriana Munden. In lane 8 is Phoebe Townsend. And in 9, Sophie Hobart. Very, very even. A lot more even compared to the last heat as we're going to the final 10 metres. It certainly could be anyone. Certainly identifying that far side as well as a few threats between Phoebe Townsend and Sophie Hobart. But both of them will be pipped by Maddie Harris in lane 2 from Swin Gwinnett. Touching in second, Emma Jones. And Phoebe Townsend does get into the fastest 3 with a time of 31.21. The winning time there from Maddie Harris, 31.16. Now time for heat 3. In lane 0 is Charlotte Fletcher Stables. In 1, Nicola Capstick. Lane 2, Lucy Birchall. In lane 3 is Pavan Moara. In lane 4, Jemima Grigg. Lane 5, Charlotte O'Leary. In 6, Alicia Maestri. In lane 7, Megan Pye. In lane 8, Katie Laybourne. And in 9, Neve Hoffland. And charging down the middle in lane 3 is Pavan Moaha. She's certainly having a good swim at the moment. Lane 5, Charlotte O'Leary, not doing too badly either. Coming towards the touch, it's certainly between those two. And it is Pavan Mohawa of Borough of Harrow that gets it with a time of 30.58, just pipping Charlotte O'Leary to it of Chelsea and Westminster. Touching in third there, Katie Laybourne of Hartlepool. Her time, 31.13, front three there, well ahead of the rest of the pool. We now move on to heat number 4.
And away in heat 4, in 0, Olivia Halcox, 1, Alice Golby, 2, Brodie Church, 3, Neve Ritchie, 4, Maisie Easter, 5, Lauren Cox, 6, Brooke Frost, 7, Katie Townsend, 8, Harriet Watson, 9, Molly Barton. As we come now down towards the final 10 metres, this is going to be very, very close. Keep an eye on lane 0, Millfield's Olivia Halcox. Going to be really, really close between her and Lauren Cox in lane 5. Who gets there? Lauren Cox just about. 30.22. Brooke Frost taking second from Basildon and Phoenix. Maisie Easter in third. In the end, Olivia Halcox nudged into 5th position, having looked really good heading into the final 10 metres. But great win for Lauren Cox. Heat number 5. Away in heat 5, in 0, Jennifer Scott, in 1, Courtney Price, 2, Sophie Johnson, 3, Daisy Platts, 4, Rachel Wellings, 5, Lily Snell, 6, Danielle Joyce, 7, Sarah Mazzio, 8, Megan Briggs, and 9, Anna McFarlane. Here they come then into the final 20 metres. Who looks like they're going to take this one? This is so close to call. Just about ahead in lane 1, Courtney Price and Royal Wolverhampton, but it's going to be very, very close. It is angling towards her. Who's getting there first? It is Daisy Platts who just nips ahead in lane 3, 0.02 of a second ahead of Courtney Price. Sarah Mazzio is good for third. So close, but Daisy Platts wins it. Can we please have a representative from the following clubs to the Amiga Suite immediately, please? Representative from the following clubs to the Amiga Suite immediately, please. Ellesmere College Titans, Swansea Aquatics, Shiverers, Cockermouth and Poole. That's a representative from Ellesmere, Swansea, Shiverers, Cockermouth and Poole to the Amiga Suite immediately, please. Thank you. This is Heat 6. In lane 0, Caitlin Bergen. In 1, Eleanor McNally. 2, Mary Swanson. 3, Laura Charlton. 4, Imogen Mears. 5, Emily Peck. 6, Jennifer King. 7, Harriet Perfect. 8, Tamara Elise Elliott. And 9, Shannon Moffat. Into the final 20 metres then, and just about ahead is lane number 1. That's Eleanor McNally, but coming through in lane 4 is Imogen Mears. Once again, going to be very, very close, but it looks like Eleanor McNally might just have the advantage. So hard to tell. Into the touch it goes. Eleanor McNally holds on, 30.57. Emily Peck gets second. Imogen Mears from Bromley in third. It's Oxford's Eleanor McNally, though, who gets the win. As we move on to heat number 7.
In lane 0 is Caitlin Duffy. In 1, Amy Philpott. Lane 2 is Erin Bryce. In lane 3, Catherine Henderson. In 4, Tegan Drew. Lane 5 is Amelia Sansom. Lauren Gilch is in lane 6. In 7, Megan Maybanks. In 8, Julie Williams. In lane 9 is Emily Cutler. And we come towards the last 10 metres now. Who can make a late burst for first position? Amelia Sansom of Wickham District. Looks like she's going to do that, but awfully close once again towards the touch. She does manage it. Time just over 30 seconds. 30.09. In second, Tegan Drew of Plymouth Leander. Her time 30.24. And completing the front 3, Megan Maybanks of Tumo Atlantis. Next up is heat number 8. In lane 0 is Kelly Small. 1, Eleanor Mitchell. In lane 2 is Isabella Hindley. Raquel Matos is in lane 3. Martha Julie in lane 4. In 5, Carolyn McIntosh. In 6 is Katie Latham. Madeline Dyers in lane 7. Number 8, Bethany Newton. And in lane 9, Eleanor Southward. Coming towards the final 10 metres, and once again awfully tight, but looking as if she's making a break for it at the moment. Isabella Hindley in lane 2 going well. Also in lane 5, Carolyn McIntosh as well, as we see the times on the board there. And we see one that is sub 30 seconds. Isabella Hindley of Chelsea and Westminster providing it with a time of 29.54. That beats her qualifying time by some distance as we go on to heat number 9. In 0 is Lucy Farmer. Lane 1 is Eleanor Baldwin. In 2, Anna Pang. In lane 3, Cassie Wilde. Kirsty Simpson's in lane 4. In 5, Tasmin Pugh. Lane 7 is Harriet West. In lane 8, Kiara Barber. And in 9 is Freya Rayner. Coming towards the finish, it looks like it could be any one of 4 at the moment, all across the central lanes, especially Harriet West in lane 7. Just ahead of Tasmin Pugh, Kirsty Simpson, Cassie Wilde towards the touch. It is those 4 at that finish. Harriet West leading them with a time of 29.28. Kirsty Simpson second, and just pipping Tasmin Pugh to the 3rd quickest time there by 0.02 of a second, Cassie Wilde. Now time for the penultimate heat, heat number 10.
Away we go in heat number 10. Chantal Eston is in 0. Rachel Helm is in 1. Charlotte Evans in 2. Emily Crane in 3. Kathleen Dawson in 4. Anna Main in 5. Lily Bosley in 6. In 7, Megan Baseford. Faye Nugent is in 8. And Alexandra Waller is in 9. And going very quickly in lane 4, Kathleen Dawson from Warrington looking very, very strong. Anna Main in 5 is also looking very decent indeed. These two have been several times on the podium this week, and Kathleen Dawson looking to make it another. She wins the race, 28-24. Half a second ahead of Anna Main in second place. Emily Crane grabbing herself third. Impressive swim from Kathleen Dawson. Now time for heat number 11. In 0, Athena Clayson. 1, Gulsum Onal. 2, Rebecca Sherwin. 3, Chloe Golding. 4, Lucy Hope. 5, Molly Allen. 6, Debbie Cocking. 7, Chloe Barkley. 8, Karen Reed. 9, Emma Harvey. As they come now towards the final 10 metres or so, just about with the lead is Lucy Hope from Edinburgh University, but coming strong either side of it. Oh, plenty. Can she hold on to this one? It's going to be close. Lucy Hope does indeed hold on. 29.12 the time. Molly Allen gets 29.46 in second. Chloe Golding in third with 29.77. Very nicely done there by our winner of heat number 11. And that's Lucy Hope from Edinburgh. Nearly time now for our next event, which will be a multi-class event. Then we've got some relays coming up for you. I say some relays. We've got quite a lot of relays because we love a relay. So then for our next event, this is the men's multi-class, 50 meters backstroke. This is heat 1 of 1. So here comes Andrew Mullen then. Let's lend him some support, ladies and gentlemen. Swinging this one on his own. Pretty much a time trial for Andrew Mullen of Ren 96, the S5 swimmer from Scotland, on his way to the Paralympic Games in Rio later on this year. He is targeting the time set by Daniel Diaz of Brazil. 34.95 is the world record he's chasing. As close to that as he can would be absolutely amazing. Here comes Andrew Mullen then in towards the final 10 metres of his race. And he's going along quite nicely as well. Going to be on for a big time here. Help him home, ladies and gents. In he comes, Andrew Mullen. What sort of score can we see? 651 for Andrew Mullen of Ren 96. 40.38 for Andrew Mullen. A total of 651 multi-class points.
Yeah, looking across to Twitter as well ahead of the relays that we are about to see. Sarah saying, good luck to Northampton Swimming Club in the relays this morning. Swim fast, hashtag love a relay. Also, Teddington reflecting on the morning session. PBs this morning for the backstroke girls, Sophie and Yasmin. So well done to them. Also, Craig saying well done to James Watson for making the final tonight for Swindon Dolphin as well. We did say that James Watson is well backed on Twitter, and it's certainly proven the case once again as well. Maxwell saying, Tom, earlier on, just outside his PB in the 53, but good fight to the wall. Well done to him. And then several more tweets as well. Looking forward to the relays tonight. Mandy also saying, well swam James Watson, qualified for his 11th British Championship final and in his second Nationals as well. So well done to him. And John saying a season's best for Danny Whiting in a heat of her 200 individual medley as well. A gutsy swim. I have to say we did see a lot of personal bests in those heats in that event for the women's 200 metre, sorry, for the men's 200 metre individual medley earlier on. Certainly compelling viewing, and it all makes to a cracking final coming up tonight as well. So we'll have to wait and see what they provide in the evening session. Of course, we've still got a while to go in the morning one as well, as we now have the men's 14-16-year 400-metre freestyle team heats, followed by the 17-year category, and that will see us then through to the women's version of the two events as well. There'll be 3 heats in each of those events, so certainly lots more swimming to look forward to. And based on the relays that we saw yesterday in the 800 team event, certainly a lot to whet the appetite, a lot to get the crowd going as well. Definitely worth staying for before the lunch break, as we definitely love a relay here at Ponds Forge. Don't forget to still get involved with the hashtag #LoveARelay. Lots of you doing that yesterday. And we have some cracking photos as well as swimmers, coaches and supporters as well in the stands. We're gearing up for the #LoveARelay with their pictures, and there were some cracking ones as well. So if you've got any more today to send us, make sure you do get in touch on hashtag #LoveARelay, as those relays are just around the corner here at Ponds Forge. Not long to go at all. Fergie also saying here to cheer on the West Lothian girls in the 400 free relay as well. Go Blues and Yellows. And also Brenda's saying a good luck to the Potters Bar relay team as well. They are in Heat 2, Lane 7 for that event. So not much longer for them to wait before they get into the pool and embark on their relay in quest. Tracy says, go Hatfield boys in pink. They'll also be coming up in a couple of heats time as well. But now it's time for the men's 14 to 16-year-olds 400-metre freestyle team event. Starting off with heat number 1.
And here we go then, ladies and gents, the freestyle relay team events. Really looking forward to these. In lane 1, Ellesmere College. Adam Metcalf in the water for them. In 2, Warren Abbas, Archie Goodburn kicking this one off. Pioneer 79 are in 3, that's Benjamin Martin in the pool for them. Rushmore Royals are in 4, Ballas Toth is on their opening leg. Preston are in 5, Billy Dewhurst kicks it off for them. Woking in 6 with Matthew Ferguson. And City of Milton Keynes have Miles McAuliffe going in lane number 7. So 4 lots of 100 metres. And already Warren Abbas have built something of a lead. Kicking them off really quickly has been Archie Goodburn. He's going to hand over to Joe Ewing in lane number 2. Handing over in lane 3 are Pioneer 79, Benjamin Martin over to Ben Turland. In 3rd right about now are Rushmore Royals. They've currently got Finley J in the water. And that's your 1, 2, 3, coming strong as well in lane number 1. That's Ellesmere College Titans with Joseph Small on the second leg. Going along really, really nicely though in lane number 3, Pioneer 79. Ben Turland swimming a brilliant second leg hit for Pioneer 79. Overturning the lead that Warren Abbas took into this, and overturning it by some distance as well. They were behind when Ben Turland got in the pool. They're now about a length ahead, and Warren Abbas are just starting to fade away here. Coming through for Ellesmere College, Joseph Small looks like he's going to be able to hand over in second place here. Over on the far side, City of Milton Keynes enjoyed a second leg, brilliantly swam by Max Murphy. Pioneer 79 handover in first position. Benjamin Makin on the third leg for them. Ellesmere College are in second. Christopher Hooper in the water now. Warrender just about in with a shout here as they hand over to Jonah Walsh. And City of Milton Keynes actually took it all the way back on that handover to hand over in joint first position. They've got James Chandler on the third leg. It's been a really good transition though for Pioneer 79. They lead the way in leg number 3. Benjamin Makin coming down now for home. But it's a comeback here from Warren Abbas. Jonah Walsh is now right back in contention. Keep an eye on Ellesmere College Titans. Christopher Hooper having a great swim. City of Milton Keynes just starting to fade away here. But a really strong final 50 from Warren Abbas means the lead has changed hands once again. And changing hands now for Warren. Jonah Walsh hands over to Fraser Allison. Following him in for Pioneer 79, Benjamin Makin handing over to Ewan McCavitz. Oh, this is going to be a good finish, ladies and gents. Ellesmere College Titans now have Leighton Mayers in the pool, taking over from Christopher Hooper. Coming through in lane number 5, haven't heard too much from them, but Preston right now have George Robinson in the pool, and he's going very, very quickly along indeed. Level with Milton Keynes, that's Miles Drabwell on the anchor for them. And as they come for home, it is anybody's race in the relay. Going along really nicely, Pioneer 79 and Warren Abbas. They've exchanged the leads so many times in this race. But keep an eye on Ellesmere College Titans in lane 1. Leighton Mayer swimming a brilliant anchor leg. He's currently in second place, going along every step of the way. It's Fraser Allison for Warren Abbas. It's going to go right down to the touch. Who gets there? Warren Abbas win heat number 1, 3:43.39. Ellesmere College takes second place, 3:43.50. Pioneer 79 are good for third, 3:44.71. Whew. What a way to kick things off in the freestyle relays. Superb swim from Warren Abbas. They get themselves a win. Ellesmere College led home brilliantly by Leighton Mayers to take second. Pioneer 79 hold on to third.
Yeah, Steve, we certainly knew that was going to be a tight one. Looking at the qualifying times, all the swimmers in the pool there, all 7 of them separated by no more than a second. It went right down to the wire there between the front 3.
Could we please have a representative from Royal Wolverhampton and Yeovil to the Amiga Suite immediately, please? That's a representative from Royal Wolverhampton and Yeovil to the Amiga Suite immediately, please. Thank you.
This is heat number 2. So this heat number 2 of 3 then in the men's 14 to 16 years 400 metre freestyle team event. And in lane 0 from Ealing at the moment, Rabah Hajazi. Northampton are in lane 1, Matthew Richmond leading the way for them. City of Liverpool are in lane 2, Matthew Pomford takes the first leg Basildon Phoenix in lane 3. James Bailey swinging the first leg for them. Millfield are in lane 4. Nicholas Laws currently taking into the pool. City of Leeds have Jacob Butterfield in lane 5. City of Oxford in 6. Ewan Springett's currently swimming for them. Potter's Bar are in lane 7 with David Shipman. In 8 is Newcastle. Nicholas Pyle swimming their first leg. And in lane 9, South Lanarkshire and Dylan Somerville. As they make the first transition, it's currently Millfield that lead the way as Nicholas Laws passes over to Hugh Williams onto the second leg. But very close between Millfield and City of Liverpool at the moment. Ethan Ryland now in the pool for the City of Liverpool. Far side as well. Worth keeping an eye on Newcastle. Henry Willis is their swimmer on the second leg, but certainly bursting down the middle with some real purpose as well for City of Oxford. Daniel Jenkins in lane number 6. So it's certainly even at the moment. Just leading the way though are City of Liverpool on a very strong second leg from Ethan Ryland, picking up certainly from where Matthew Pomford left off. But in second spot are Millfield at the moment and Hugh Williams. And on the far side, as we said, Newcastle still sniffing around the front couple of positions. Henry Willis swimming for them, but City of Liverpool will make the transition from Ethan Ryland to Owen O'Connor in first position. Millfield now have taken to the pool Jack Tucker, and look at that. Even Stevens between Jack Tucker and Owen O'Connor at the moment. On the far side as well, Newcastle and Elliot Snowden. So a front three certainly being assembled here. Can anyone disrupt that though? And in lane 6, I think City of Oxford's Luke Wilby is certainly keen to answer that question. But looking right at the front, still that 2-horse race that's been developing right from the start of this second heat. City of Liverpool in lane 2 and Owen O'Connor. And Millfield in lane 4, just edging themselves in front here, Jack Tucker. Real pivotal moment in the race this with just over 100 metres to go. One leg remaining. It's Millfield that slightly lead the way here, just ahead of City of Liverpool as we go into the final transition. So Jack Tucker leaving Rupert Haig to bring it home for Millfield with the green cap. Just to his right, still City of Liverpool trying to apply the pressure, but they don't look as quick as they did in the first couple of legs. Toby Ryland tasked with the duty to try and claw it back for those with the red caps. In lane 8, Newcastle still up there. William Smith on the anchor leg for them. Can he do something special? The team from the northeast looking doubtful at the minute though, because look at Basildon and Phoenix in lane 3. Harvey Jolly really going for it and trying to pressurise the front three at the moment. He's very close to City of Liverpool as we come towards the finish, so awfully close for second. No doubt about first though, as Millfield and Rupert Haig come towards the finish. They will coast here to a time of 3:37.7. Awfully close for second, just taken by City of Liverpool. And Toby Ryland there on the anchor leg. Third spot as well, Newcastle. We said all the way from the start they were sniffing around those front three positions. They managed to solidify the third quickest turn there through William Smith. The time for them, 3:40.11. But by goodness me, City of Leeds and Basildon and Phoenix certainly put on the pressure on their anchor legs. City of Leeds swimmer doing awfully well, Miles Stirk, and Basildon and Phoenix's Harvey Jolly. Just leaving it a little bit too late in the end to try and get into the top 3 quickest times, but certainly a tremendous race nonetheless that Millfield take with a time of 3:37.7. And next up, the final heat, heat number 3.
And away we go then in heat number 3 of these freestyle team events for the men's 14-16 years. Could we please have a representative from Ellesmere College Titans to the timing suite, please? That's Ellesmere College Titans to the timing suite, please. Meanwhile, in this race, heat number 3, we've got Mount Kelly in 0, City of Leicester B in 1, Wickham District in 2, City of Glasgow in 3, Hatfield in A, City of Leicester A in 5, Swansea in 6, Plymouth Leander in 7, City of Cardiff in 8, and Daventio in 9. And at the first handover, it is pretty even. City of Leicester A and Hatfield in pretty much at the same time. City of Leicester A led out by Lewis Kerrod. William Bell now on the second leg. They've gone very front heavy, have City of Leicester A. That's a very, very quick opening 2 in Lewis Kerrod and William Bell. But Hatfield are absolutely stacked in this one. Harry Constantine and Luke Turley leading them out. They've got Rhys Housen and Nathan Hughes to come. We saw this team win a relay last night. Don't be surprised to see them in the mix again at half the distance. Looking really good, the pink cap of Hatfield leading the way and looking strong. It is Luke Turley who will hand over to Rhys Housen for Hatfield. City of Leicester A in second. They are handing over to Charlie Poole. Just about in third place, I think, a City of Glasgow going along nicely with Lawrence Campbell now in the pool, taking over from Angus Nichol and Joe Watt. But Hatfield came into this as red-hot favourites, and they're showing why. This lead starting to look dangerously insurmountable. Can Leicester rein them in? Charlie Poole has swum a brilliant leg so far. He's made that lead a little bit smaller, but it's still by about a length and a half that Hatfield have the advantage. Going along really nicely are Hatfield. Rhys Housen will hand over to Nathan Hughes on the anchor. And in goes Nathan Hughes. And then in following him is City of Leicester's Joshua Monroe. Can Monroe catch Nathan Hughes? He's only got about 60 metres left. The battle looks to be won here by Hatfield. Anyone's race for third here between Wickham District and City of Glasgow. But no doubt about who's going to get the win. It will be Hatfield. Nathan Hughes leading them home. City of Leicester A not too far behind, but I think it's going to be too little too late for Joshua Monroe. Nathan Hughes relatively untroubled into the final 10 metres here. It's going to be Hatfield in first, City of Leicester A in second, and taking third will be Wickham District in lane 2, led home by James Eddy. So Hatfield taking the win in lane 4. City of Leicester A were second in lane 5. And Wickham District were third. But we have had a change here, ladies and gentlemen. We have had a disqualification in lane number 5. We do appear to be having a few issues with the scoreboard, ladies and gents, but we have had it confirmed from our officials that there has been a disqualification in lane 5 for the City of Leicester A team. We will get the results with you as quickly as we can for the other lanes. And there are the confirmed results on the scoreboard for you, ladies and gentlemen. Confirmation, Hatfield did take the win, 3:34.77 their time. Wickham District moved into second, City of Glasgow moved into third after that disqualification for City of Leicester A. So with our final few races coming up, we are very excited for our next event. And that event is with us now, ladies and gents. Please welcome the athletes to poolside for the men's 17 years and over 400 meters freestyle team event heats. This is heat number 1.
So in lane 1 for heat number 1 are Plymouth Leander and Connor Andrews. In lane 2, Plymouth Norsey. William Condren currently swimming for them. In lane 3, Warrington Warriors and James Ross. In 4, City of Bristol and William Cole. Oliver Perry swims in lane 5 for Team Hatfield. In lane 6 is Northampton and Adele Elfica. In lane 7, Basildon Phoenix and George Epsley. In lane 8 are Bolton Metro and Aaron Bostock. So as we look into the pool, as we come towards the back end of this first leg, and it's certainly an even playing field between lanes 2, 3 and 4. Portsmouth Norsey in lane 2, Warren Warringtons in lane 3 and City of Bristol in lane 4. Just edging ahead at this moment in time in lane number 4 is City of Bristol. Jasper Lai now will take over from William Cole and try and build from where his teammate left off. However, Warrington Warriors have certainly got something to say about that in lane 3. Look at that, currently charging away at the moment, Matthew Donville for them with the yellow cap. Absolutely in his stride at the moment as he gets to the halfway point of his leg. He's made quite a significant impact on this race, already gaining the lead for Warrington Warriors over City of Bristol. Now it's all about, can he maintain it and also try and extend it? It's certainly going to be a difficult task, but it looks like he's doing it with aplomb at the moment. In lane number 7, mounting a challenge for third at this moment in time is Basildon and Phoenix and Fraser Scott as well. But as we come towards the third leg now, it will be Warrington Warriors leading the way. Matthew Donville handing over to Aaron Hill, who will take over the baton. And he surely will not want to let this lead slip at all. A very healthy lead created by Matthew Donville there. In lane 2, still trying to get in and around the front 3 spots and doing a decent job of it at the moment. Portsmouth Norsey, Daniel Lowe currently swimming for them. He's level pegging with City of Bristol and James Dorr in lane number 4. Tight behind them as well, but it looks as if the front 3 are beginning to escape away from the rest of the pool, but they should not rest on their laurels at all. We've seen that many a time in the relays over the last few days. It can all change, especially as we now encounter the final 120 metres here. Warrington Wool still leading the way, but what a tremendous leg from City of Bristol and James Dorr. Really narrowed the gap now between City of Bristol and Warrington Warriors as we go into the final leg. Both swimmers simultaneously jumping into the pool there. And in fact, that superb leap from Patrick Blake may have just given him the edge here over Aaron Poole of Warrington Warriors. Certainly want to keep an eye on as we go into the final 100 metres. Also roaring down the left-hand side of the pool at the moment as we look at it. Lane 7, Basildon and Phoenix. Connor Harold on the anchor leg for them. As we come into the final 50, looks like it's going to be close between Basildon and Phoenix and Portsmouth. In terms of third spot, in terms of first, it could not be any tighter. Into the final 25 metres, currently leading the way, still City of Bristol and Patrick Blake. He's trying to pull away from Adam Poole, who's trying his best to claw back the ground that currently Patrick Blake is making. But as he comes towards the touch, it looks like it's going to be City of Bristol's. It is as well. Time of 34.58. And we did say, keep an eye on Basildon and Phoenix. Connor Harold, absolutely tremendous from him as he manages, in the end, to just pip Warrington Warriors to second spot. That completely did not look on the cards at all going to the final 100. But Connor Harold certainly giving it all he had there to overtake Adam Poole and insert Basildon and Phoenix into the second spot in that heat. Can the team representatives from Plymouth Leander and City of Oxford go down to the timing sweep regarding the freestyle team final event that will be coming up, heat event that will be coming up in a few moments' time. So that's the representatives from Plymouth Leander and City of Oxford. We'll just wait and confirm that announcement in a couple of moments' time. Until then, we'll take another look back at your tweets on Twitter. Hashtag SummerChamp16. Alex says, much better swim in the 50 back. Well done, Megan Pye. Also, Swim West Lothian saying how well their swimmers have been swimming this morning. A new PB for them as well in the 50 back. So congratulations to West Lothian for that. Also, Potter's Bar saying a tough race with tough competition in the 14 to 16 years category. That certainly was the case earlier on. Potter's Bar, it was very, very difficult in their heat, in heat number 2. Just to confirm, can the City of Oxford and Plymouth Leander Team A representatives please go down to the timing suite as soon as possible regarding the 400 team freestyle event. That's the representatives from City of Oxford and Plymouth Leander Team A. It's now time for Heat 2.
And here we go then, in heat number 2. City of Sunderland are in lane 0. Zach Logue on the opening leg for them. City of Sheffield in 1. Kean Senior is in the water for Sheffield. In 2 is City of Leicester with Joel Allen going for them. City of Glasgow are in 3 with Grant Henderson. Swansea Aquatics A are in 4. Daniel Jones. 5 are Millfield with Brodie Williams in the water right now. Ealing are in 6 with Joseph Sheehan. Davencio are in 7 with Jamie Ingram. Nova Centurion are in 8 with William Gain. And in 9 are Thanet with Jamie O'Connor. So as they head towards the first turn, or first handover I should say, it is Swansea Aquatics who lead. That's Daniel Jones handing over to Oliver Tennant for Swansea. In second were Davencio. Now it's Jamie Ingram handing over to Jack Blair. Swansea have started this relay very, very nicely indeed, it has to be said. Looking good as well in lane one. That's City of Sheffield, the hometown boys of the Steel City. Thomas Atkinson taking over from Kean Senior. Here we go then, down towards the second handover. Swansea Aquatics lead the way through Oliver Tennant after good work being done by him and Daniel Jones. They're about to hand over to Daniel Davies for the third leg. In they go. And so too now to Millfield in lane 5. Louis Barker takes over from Tom Kingham. Keep an eye as well on City of Sheffield. They've got Cameron Brooks-Clark in the water taking over from Thomas Atkinson. That's your top three. In 7, Davencio are still going fairly well. Callum Gascoigne in the pool for them right now. Need a bit of a turnaround from Davencio if they're going to get themselves into the conversation in the top 3 though. It's Swansea who still leads. Millfield in second, Sheffield in third, Davencio in fourth. And Swansea now will hand themselves over to Cameron Brown on the anchor. In he goes, Millfield follow them in. That's Samuel Irvine on the anchor for Millfield. Sheffield still in third, Charlie Humphreys leading them home. Davencio just starting to slip away a touch. Harry Charitos tasked with getting them in. And Ealing right now have Ziggy Frankie Webster in the pool, and he's going very, very quickly. He might get them third here with a really good swim, but it's going to be close. And right now, speaking of close, look at the lead. Swansea Aquatics versus Millfield. This is very, very close. Hammer and tong into the final 25 metres. Straight up shootout between Cameron Brown of Swansea in 4, Irvine of Millfield in 5. Looks like Swansea just have enough to hold on here. Brilliant final 15 from Cameron Brown to get the win. Millfield will get second. Sheffield will get third. Superb final 25 from Cameron Brown of Swansea, just holding off Samuel Irvine, who looked like he'd get him back. Millfield have to settle for second. Sheffield will settle for third. Charlie Humphreys leading them home well. Well, that was a terrific swim from Swansea Aquatics. And we've still got another heat of this race to come before we move on to the girls. Really, really entertaining way to end the morning session here in Ponds Forge.
We've still got tweets coming in on the hashtag #LoveARelay. This is one regarding yesterday's successes. Kerry saying well done yesterday to the boys of City of Milton Keynes in their 4x200 freestyle that took place last night. What an enthralling evening of action that was. And also West Dunbartonshire also tweeting today as well, saying a new PB for Chloe as she qualified for her second final of the week. Hashtag getting a taster for the final. She certainly is at the moment, so make sure you still get in touch on the hashtag SummerChamp16. Lots of you doing that today. In terms of the live stream, not so many intercontinental venues that we've been reaching to today, unfortunately. We had Cyprus this morning, but we've certainly not reached the heights of New Zealand, South Africa or Nairobi in recent weeks. But wherever you're watching, do get in touch with us on Twitter. Hashtag SummerChamp16.
And we can now move ourselves on. This is heat number 3.
Well, we knew Plymouth Leander had some decent swimmers coming here to Ponds Forge, but they've got enough to make 3 teams worth in heat number 3. Let's have a look at who else makes the pool for this 3rd and final heat. In lane 0 are Haverton Waterlooville. Rory Huggins currently in the pool for them. In lane 1, City of Milton Keynes and Oliver Lines. In lane 2, City of Newport. Matthew Williams currently swimming for them. In lane 3, Woking and Luke Edwards. And then in lane 4 we have the first of the Plymouth Leander teams. It's Plymouth Leander A. Thomas Fannin swimming the first leg for them. In lane 5, Guildford City A. In lane 6 we have Plymouth Leander B. Then in lane 7 is Mount Kelly. In lane 8, Plymouth Leander C. And in lane 9 are City of Manchester Aquatics. And we're straight away on to the second leg, which shows how brisk a pace this relay will be swum at. In lane 4 though, leading the way at the minute, is Plymouth Leander Team A. Currently swimming for them is Rhys Dunn, and he's doing a very good job at the moment to try and keep the lead Thomas Fannin had. Although, having said that, lane 5 Guildford City A and Jamie Cunningham are certainly trying to change that at the moment, doing a decent job of it as well. They're currently level pegging with Woking and Alexander Smith at the moment, as the far side of the pool looks a wee bit lopsided, as lane by lane the position gets higher and higher. But currently in lane 4, Plymouth Leander and Rhys Dunn, who will pass over to Craig Zirk, lead the way by around a length ahead of Woking and Guildford City A. Meanwhile, in the rest of the pool as well, worth keeping an eye on lane 6 and Plymouth Leander B, who'll certainly be keen to join their fellow teammates from Plymouth Leander onto the top 3 quickest times in this heat. They're certainly doing the best they can at the moment. They're currently level pegging with Woking, and currently swimming for Plymouth Leander B is Freddie Clampett. So he'll make sure he'll try and close down the gap between him and Edward Lee of Woking as this second 50 transcends here into what should be something very, very exciting indeed. Also keep an eye on lane number 1 on the near side. City of Milton Keynes currently swimming for them. Thomas Flaherty doing a very, very good job, in trying to get into the front 3 as well. Awfully close in terms of second and third at the moment, but in terms of first, Plymouth Leander certainly have it all to lose here. Craig Zirk passes over to Matthew Williams, and in the final 100 metres, Plymouth Leander A surely will not let this lead slip now. Guildford City A are in the pool with Joseph Clark in lane 5. They're the closest rivals to Plymouth Leander A at the moment. Let's see what they can produce going into the final 60 metres of this one. Also making it look like it will be a Plymouth Leander 1-3 at the moment, or Plymouth Leander B in lane number 6. Robert Fannin in the pool for them. He's currently level pegging with Woking and Andrew Roy at this moment in time. Lane 1 we also have City of Milton Keynes and Owen Drabble. Will he be able to push into the top 3 going into the final 25 metres? Meanwhile, right at the front, streaking away with it here and not to be caught are Plymouth Leander A and Matthew Williams. He'll touch in first, followed by Guildford City A and Joseph Clark. He'll get second between Woking and Plymouth Leander B. It is Plymouth Leander B that do it with a time of 3:32.4. So a Plymouth Leander 1-3 there. Team A finishing first. Team B in third. Guildford City A in between them with a time of 3:29.87. Another enthralling heat. So that completes the heats then for the men's 17 years and over 400 freestyle team event. All 3 demonstrating why we certainly love a relay here at Ponds Forge at these championships. And not to forget as well, there are 6 more heats from where that came from in the women's event. We've got 3 in the women's 14 to 16 year 400 freestyle team event, and then the 17 years and over female swimmers take over after that to conclude the morning session. Certainly a lot to look forward to that. And as we say, make sure you keep getting in touch with us on Twitter, where Mandy has done just that. She says, watching again from Palm Springs, California. Is that the Mandy that got in touch yesterday, Steve?
It's not bad, is it? It's really not bad. I mean, that's the life. That is the life.
It's certainly impressive from Mandy. That is certainly for sure. She's supporting Bolton Metro today, who took part in the first of those heats for the men's event. Got
a bit of support coming in for Paul as well from Fiona. She said, let's go ladies for the 4x100 freestyle relay. Swim fast, black and yellow team. And Laura Byrne says, good luck Barnet Cocktail girls going into heat number 3. Mary getting behind the Cardiff swimming girls as well. It should be a really, really good relay this. Will Knight getting behind Flossie Ball and the rest of the Aquay Solis team as well. Ewan Keane says, good luck Swim West Lothian in the relay as well. We're really looking forward to these.
Also, can a representative from Yeovil please go down to the timing suite as soon as possible? That's a representative from Yeovil.
Time for our next event then, ladies and gents. This is the women's 14-16 years, 400 meters freestyle team event heats. And this is heat number 1.
So here we are then with the first heat for the women's 14 to 16 years 400 metre freestyle team event. And taking the pole for this one, we have Havant and Waterlooville in lane 2. Millfield are in lane 3. Swim Gwynedd lane 4. City of Sheffield are in lane 5. And completing the pole in lane 6 are Bishop Stortford. So we come towards the back end of this first heat, and a very good swim from Alana Phillip of Bishop Stortford in lane number 6. Also close to her is Emma Shilton and Millfield School, but that gap will no doubt close as City of Sheffield here in Madeline Dyer seems to sense blood immediately as she charges on in her second leg. So marginally leading the way of Millfield, but City of Sheffield and Madeline Dyer certainly bearing down on them at the moment. And Natasha Rogan currently in the pool for those in lane 3. We'll certainly realise that as this leg progresses. Bit tight behind her as well. Lane 4 at the moment, Swim Gwynedd and Eve Goddard-Smith. And in lane 6, Bishop Stortford and Sarah Carroll. Those two are level pegging in terms of third. Also joining the conversation in lane 2 is Havant and Waterlooville and Low Parry. So could be tight in terms of the third quickest time as we go into the second half of this race, but no doubt leading the way at the moment after a superb leg there, Madeline Dyer and City of Sheffield. So Madeline Dyer makes the transition to Amy Bell. She's tasked with maintaining and, if possible, extending this lead ahead of Millfield and Isabel Jones on the third leg. And we said it was getting tighter behind the front two. They may be getting further away from the front two, but it's certainly a close-knit pack at the moment. In lane 6, Bishop Stortford and Josie Precious White, and in lane 4, Swim Gwynedd and Mally Darcy. Lane 2 just beginning to drop off a wee bit, Havant and Waterlooville and Alicia Lee, but it's certainly by no means a foregone conclusion this heat. As we now go into the final 125 metres. We're still leading the way in lane 5, a City of Sheffield and Amy Bell. She's managing to do exactly what she was tasked with at the start of this leg and just keep the lead that Madeline Dyer had produced in the leg before. She's done just that, keeping the gap between her and Millfield at a nice half a length distance, but it's certainly nothing to rest on going into the final leg. And Kate Clifton will certainly be aware of that. Swimming with the red cap at the moment, trying to keep that distance between her and Emma Harvey of Millfield in lane 3, but we did say the front three were pulling away from the rest of the pool, and they seem to be doing that by the stroke, trying to make a break for the third position at the moment. In lane 4, Swim Gwynedd and Medley Harris, who's currently swimming for them. But she's got close competition from Bishop Stortford in lane 6 and Maya Carter as they make the turn for the final 50. It's certainly now getting close between the front two. City of Sheffield in lane 5 and Kate Clifton. And Millfield in lane 3 with Emma Harvey. Could not be much closer going into the final 25. Looks like Sheffield just have the advantage, but certainly nothing to rest on at the moment. Into the final 20. Can Millfield produce something pretty special here with Emma Harvey? The answer looks like it's going to be no. Answered by City of Sheffield's Kate Clifton, who touches in with a time of 3:58.27. Millfield follow not too far behind with a time of 3:59.42. And completing the front three, Swim Gwynedd win the battle for third. Their time, 4:04.13, just ahead of Bishop Stortford. We were also saying about wanting your tweets from wherever you are in the world at the moment. Claire's done a decent job trying to claim she's watching from Florida, which is all well and great, but when you look at the tweet, Claire, please do turn off your locational services, as it quite clearly says, from Sheffield, England. But decent attempt there from Claire to try and fool us here in the commentary box. Keep them coming in, hashtag SummerChamp16. Joe's watching from Miami. And if she is trying to fool us, she's certainly wise enough to turn off her locational services. She says, come on, you Sunderland girls, watching and cheering on from sunny Miami. Stockport Metro also say, please can you give a shout out to all our Wolfpack parents for their support this week. Also on the hashtag, and a good look coming from the City of Liverpool swimmers for their girls in Heat 3 of the 400 relay. Mike also gets in touch saying, go Pool girls as well there. Swim not too far around the corner at all.
Heat number 2. And away we go then in heat number 2. Full field in this one. In lane 0 from Aquay Solis, we've got Rihanna Barron on the first leg. In 1, Hart Midlothian has Lexi Waller. In 2, for Southport, Emma Whittingham goes first. In 3, Mount Kelly, that's Athena Clayson in the pool. 4, City of Leeds has Amber Mason. In 5, Wickham District, Amelia Sansom kicks things off. In 6, for City of Cardiff, Annalise Bainan is starting for them. 7 is Camden Swiss Cottage. That's Natalia Kazmarczyk who kicks things off for them. In 8, City of Coventry with Eva Vickery. In 9, City of Derby, they've got Sophie Yendel on the first leg. Good start being made in lane 4 by City of Leeds, going really, really nicely here. Kicking things off for them, Amber Mason. She'll hand over to Leah Crisp in a very, very commanding position after 100 metres. Can they extend that lead? Handing over in second in lane 6, that was City of Cardiff. Claudia Murray now taking over from Annalise Bayron. Very, very close to third position. It's very, very even indeed. But looking good still are the City of Leeds, going really, really nicely along. Leah Crisp, she's got Sophie Hobart and Kira Schlossen to come. It's a stacked team from the City of Leeds. Seen plenty of those swimmers on the podium already this week. So Leah Crisp leading them in to the final 15 metres of this leg. Not too far behind in lane number 3, that's Mount Kelly. Kelly Decker swimming a brilliant leg off the back of Athena Clayson's opening one. She'll hand over to Molly Francis. City Leeds hand over to Sophie Hobart. In third position, very, very close, just about in third, are City of Cardiff. Maisie Edwards taking over from Claudia Murray. but it's still City of Leeds who have the lead. Mount Kelly in second, just about in third now, pushing up our Wickham district. They've got Caitlin McKay in the pool for them, taking over from Lucy Wheeler and Amelia Sansom. They've still got Yasmin Tajali to come. City of Leeds have Kira Schlossen. Mount Kelly have Lauren Hessian. So then what can we see in this final leg? Leading them in brilliantly, Sophie Hobbit. She's done a sterling job on leg number 3. As Kira Schlossen takes on the anchor for City of Leeds. They lead. Wickham District not too far behind, but in second right now. In lane number 3, still Mount Kelly. Lauren Hessian taking over from Kaylee Decker and Molly Francis. Can Kira Schlossen hold on? She's got 60 meters left to bring it home for City of Leeds. Lauren Hessian has to hold on to second place first of all and see if she can make a push for first, because the challenge for second is coming from lane 5. Yasmin Tajali going really nicely for Wickham District. It's going to be quite close here as they head into the final few meters and into the final 25. Leeds look like they've got this on lock. The anchor has been swum brilliantly by Kira Schlossen. Second and third is where the real challenge is going to be. Kira Schlossen going to bring this home for City of Leeds. Can Wickham District snatch second from Mount Kelly? City of Leeds win it 3:54.85. Mount Kelly hold on for second, 3:57.90. Wickham District in third. Super swim from City of Leeds to get the win there. Kira Schlossen brought it home beautifully. And it's City of Leeds who get the win. Really, really nicely done from the team with the yellow caps. And we still have one more heat of this to go. After that, it's the turn of the 17 years and over. Plenty of relays this morning. Still 4 races to come, and we've got 3 swim-offs after that as well, including a 5-way swim-off. You heard that right? And of course, as you might have inferred from our announcements earlier, we have a relay swim-off as well. So plenty still to come in the pool here at Ponds Forge. Stay with us. Plenty of action to come.
Now time for heat number 3. So here we are then with the third and final heat for the women's 14-16 years 400 freestyle team event. In the pool for this one, City of Liverpool. In lane 1 is Stockport Metro. Guildford City are in lane 2. Thanet are in lane 3. In 4 is Ellesmere College Titans. Lane 5 is Newcastle. In 6 is Warren de Bass. Lane 7 is City of Peterborough. In 8, Barnet Copthall. And in 9 is South Lanarkshire. Very tight, in particular, between lanes 3 and 5 at the early point. Thanet and Newcastle currently swimming for them. Maisie McCartney for Thanet and Annalia Davison for Newcastle as they now make their transition. Slightly ahead at this point is Thanet as we now go into the second leg. Lane 2, Guildford City. Amy Hodgson swimming for them. She's currently in 3rd spot. To her right as well, she's got pressure coming from Stockport Metro and Alicia Hawkins, but still leading away right at the front, although the gap is shrinking between the rest of the pool and the front 2 at the moment as we go into the second leg. Lane 3, Thanet have the advantage with Robin Moon swimming for them. Lane 5 as well, Newcastle and Jane Brown going along pretty nicely. But just in between those two, in lane 4, keep an eye out for Ellesmere College Titans. Anna Smale currently swimming for them as we speak. And she certainly will try and put up a tough fight going into the final 25. Although she is struggling, it has to be said. Lane 7, City of Peterborough, Rachel Welling. She looks as if she'll do just about enough to make a late push for 3rd going into the 3rd leg. But the lead has changed hands as we meet the halfway point. Newcastle have reversed the advantage that Thanet had, and they are the ones with it all to lose now. Tight for 3rd between 4 teams at the moment. In lane 7, we have City of Peterborough and Poppy Richardson. In lane 4, still Ellesmere College, this time Phoebe Griffiths. In lane number 2 is Guildford City and Eleanor Rickson. And in 1, not too far behind, Emma Rosen. They're all competing for the 3rd quickest time here because it seems that the front 2 are completely racing ahead at the moment, with Newcastle in lane number 5 just leading the way ahead of Thanet Swim. Emily Large swimming at the moment for Newcastle. We know she's quick, we've seen that many a time this week. But also lane 3 and Daisy Anderson, she certainly knows how to put on a mean swim when she has to as well. But she's currently lagging behind Emily Large, and that is also allowing an opportunity on the far side for City of Peterborough and Poppy Richardson to try and get in there as well for at least a top 2 position. But we'll certainly have to wait and see, going into the final 100 metres, just what transpires here. As Newcastle still lead the way as Sian Martin takes the pool. She has 75 metres to go to clinch this heat for Newcastle. It looks like she'll do it, but there's a lot of competition behind her. Look how even it is between the rest of the pool. In lane 7, we have City of Peterborough and Maddie Saunders. In 4, for Ellesmere College, Freya Anderson. She is certainly quick, and she's certainly sniffing blood at the moment with Sian Martin as well. In lanes 3, 2 and 1, we have Thanet, Guildford and Stockport Metro. They are all going for it, hammer and tong into the final 25 for that 3rd position. But meanwhile, right at the front, even more importantly, who's going to get the quickest time here? Roaring on their team, Ellesmere College Titans and Newcastle. Will it be Freya Anderson or Sian Martin right to the touch? It will be Freya Anderson who takes it just about for Ellesmere College Titans. What a fantastic finish to that race. Newcastle and Sian Martin have to settle for 2nd. They were only 0.16 seconds behind as well. If the race had finished 25 metres earlier, they may just have taken that one. But it's Ellesmere College that do it. Thanet Swim touching 3rd as well. Their time, 3:57.85. On the anchor leg for them, Eloise Clements doing particularly well to make sure she withstood the attack from Guildford City and Stockport Metro. But it's Ellesmere College and Freya Anderson, even more impressively and importantly, that take that 3rd and final heat. So coming up, we've got the 3 heats for the women's 17 years and over 400 metre freestyle team event. And don't forget, we've got those swim-offs coming up afterwards as well, where it would be any one of 5 potentially going into the finals tonight. We'll have to wait and see how that transpires, but it's certainly worth sticking around for here at Ponds Forge as we gear up for a fantastic conclusion to the morning session. So next up is event 512. It's the women's 17 years and over 400 meter freestyle team event. This is heat number 1. So just the 4 teams involved then in this first of 3 heats. And in lane 3 we have Swim West Lothian. In 4 is Portsmouth North Sea. Lane 5 is first, and in 6 is Northampton. Currently leading the way at this very, very early stage at the moment is West Lothian. Shannon Patterson currently swimming for them. In lane 5 as well is Jenna Lafferty, and first in lane 4 for Portsmouth North Sea swim at the moment, Jacqueline Knight, and in lane 6, Northampton and Kirsty Wagstaff. Awfully tight between the 4, as you'd expect at the moment. No one really breaking away as of yet. We'll have to wait and see how that develops in the coming legs. But making her last bit of mean swimming there in the last 10 metres of this one. Lane 5 for first is Jenna Lafferty, and she will pass over to Chanel Snedden with a very slim advantage. But just behind her are the 3 other swimmers diving in at a pretty similar pace. Now at the moment, Northampton have Rose Foden in lane 6 now. Just lagging behind slightly in lane 3 now are West Lothian and Natalie Lees. But down the middle, we're starting to see a real race develop between lanes 5 and 4. First have Chanel Snedden. Portsmouth North Sea in lane 4 have Kelly Small, and Kelly Small is not too far behind Snedden at the moment. How will that transpire as this second leg goes on? 25 metres away from the halfway point. It is first that lead the way at the moment, but no more than half a length separating them and Portsmouth North Sea. Also trying to keep in touch with the front 2 at the moment are Northampton in lane 6 and Rose Foden. She's struggling to do so at the minute. And a bit further behind then is West Lothian as well. Gulsum O'Neill now taking the pull for them. But in first is first with Lauren Pirouette in lane number 5. Just next to her is still the pressure from Portsmouth North Sea that certainly does not seem to be going away at all. Elizabeth Hopkins in the pull for them at the moment. Can she narrow the gap that's in front of her? It's not much, but it's certainly enough for first to believe that they are the hot favourites going into the final 150 metres of this heat. Look at that as well. Lane 3, Gulsum O'Neill for West Lothian, really turning over the deficit that stood between her and Northampton's Chloe Hogg going into this third leg. She's done tremendously well to go from 4th to 3rd and be in real contention for the top 2 here, and she is certainly leaving at the moment Chloe Hogg certainly in her wake as we now go into the final 100 metres. First, still lead the way. Gemma Brown takes to the pull for them, closely followed by Portsmouth North Sea's Emma Trotman. And for West Lothian, to try and capitalise on the good work done by Gulsum O'Neill, is Caitlin Smith. It's certainly all to play for between those 3. Level pegging in particular between lanes 5 and 4. They've been at it together all the way through this one, and it looks like Portsmouth North Sea have certainly saved their best until last. Emma Trotman looks like she's coming through here with 50 metres to go, ahead of Gemma Brown, and that'll certainly give West Lothian's Caitlin Smith a reason to be optimistic as well of getting the second quickest time here. She's now level pegging with Emma Trotman of Gemma Brown of first dropping to second after leading for so long in this race. Portsmouth North Sea are absolutely miles ahead now. What a tremendous swim from Emma Trotman, who is certainly going to take it home for the team from the South Coast with some comfort as well. Her time and Portsmouth's time, 3:59.85. It's going to be close to second. Half West Lothian left it too late. Also Northampton in contention as well. Well, in the end, Northampton managed to get third just ahead of Swim West Lothian. It looked like Caitlin Smith had got at least third in the bag, but a tremendous last 100 from Eleanor Evans to go seemingly under the radar and manage to get the third quickest time there. So it was certainly close in terms of the competition for second and third. Not so much first though. Portsmouth North Sea, over the course of 400 metres, in the end, take first in that heat with a time of 3:59.85. First time just under 4:06, 4:05.97 the time for them. And they managed to just pip West Lothian and Northampton to that second spot.
Time now for heat number 2. And away we go then in heat number 2. In lane 0, Rushmore Royals, Imogen Smith leading them out. City of Peterborough have Molly Allen in lane 1. Warrender have Mary Swanson in 2. In 3 of the City of Sunderland, Amy Henshaw leading them out. In 4, Plymouth Leander with Juliet Cassini on the opening leg. City of Birmingham are in 5. Rebecca Kamal kicks things off for them. In 6, City of Derby with Amy Grant going in first. Guildford City are in 7 with Lucy Bean. Plymouth Leander B have Erin Riordan in 8. And in 9, Royal Wolverhampton with Holly Shepherd leading things out for them. And leading the way after the first leg will be Plymouth Leander A. Juliet Cassini making a perfect start for Plymouth Leander. They've got A and B in this race in lanes 4 and 8. As Juliet Cassini hands over to Anita McCartney. Currently in second place in lane number 6, that's City of Derby. Sarah Vasey going nicely along for them, taking over from the good work done by Amy Grant. But at the minute, no one looks like they're going to be able to stop Anita McCartney. Handing over to Laura Stevens for Plymouth Leander in first position. She's looking very, very good here, Anita McCartney. Starting to come through here in lane 2 are Warren Bass, Catherine Starks from a brilliant second leg. She'll hand over to Megan Briggs. But Laura Stevens now in the water for Plymouth Leander with a lead to defend. But at the minute, Plymouth are on fire. And the rest of the pool are terrified. Still going really nicely along here, Laura Stevens. Still has work to do though. Coming up in lane number 6, Harriet Cooper for City of Derby has just closed the gap that initially existed. She's from a really, really good leg here as Harriet Cooper. She's not far away now from the leaders, which are Plymouth Leander A with Laura Stevens. Laura Stevens has achieved goal number 1 though. She has defended the lead, but it has shrunk. So onto the anchor goes Jessica Jackson for Plymouth Leander. Following her in from the City of Derby is Eleanor Baldwin. Really good start being made there by Jessica Jackson for Plymouth Leander A. Eleanor Baldwin with work to do, and a lot of work to do to catch her in 100 metres. As they accelerate down to the 50-metre mark. Turning in first position are Plymouth Leander. Turning in first position is Jessica Jackson. Eleanor Baldwin doing everything she can to rein her in, but this one looks to be pretty sealed for Plymouth Leander. The swam all the way from first to the last in first position, and it looks like that is not going to change. Leading them home is Jessica Jackson. The winners of this heat will be Plymouth, Leander Ray. Terrific swim from Plymouth. Coming in second, our City of Derby, led home by Eleanor Baldwin. And really fine recovery there from Abby Smith from the City of Birmingham to get them a third position. As the rest of the field comes in to complete the race, fine swims from many there in the pool, but your 1, 2, 3, Plymouth, Leander Ray, City of Derby and City of Birmingham. Warrender and Sunderland with competitive times as well.
Yeah, but time that for Plymouth Leander that beats their qualifying time by 5 seconds. An impressive improvement from them. Also City of Derby beating theirs by 7. And City of Birmingham beating theirs by a second as well. So 3 very impressive improvements on their entry times there. From City of Birmingham in third, City of Derby second, and Plymouth Leander taking the win in heat number 2. Just a reminder as well, of course, the next heat will be the third and final one for the women's 17 years and over 400 metre freestyle team event. But afterwards, we do have some pretty intriguing swim-offs to come as well. They're well worth staying around for. Anyone that has seen the swim-offs during the week will certainly concur with those sentiments as well. So make sure you do stay after the relay tonight, or this afternoon, rather, after heat number 3. So here we are then, the third and final heat for the women's 17 years and over 400 metre freestyle team event. In lane 0 for this one is Team Beckenham. In 1 is Poole. Lane 2 is Noah Centurion. In lane 3, City of Sheffield. Lane 4, Stockport Metro. In 5, City of Leicester. In lane 6, City of Oxford. Bolton Metro are in lane 7. In 8, Wickham District. And in 9, our City of Manchester Aquatics. Currently leading the way at the moment though, our City of Sheffield in lane number 3. Currently leading the way for them is Maya Westlake at the moment. Pretty even between the rest of the pool, it has to be said, as far as second is concerned especially. And it'll certainly be interesting to see these split times going into the second leg. Just ahead in second is City of Leicester in lane 5. Swimming for them now on the second leg is Danielle Tomlinson. And she'll certainly be tasked with trying to catch Orla Dyer, our City of Sheffield, who look pretty good so far in the first 1.5 lengths of this heat. But as ever, long way to go. And the rest of the pool is still taking a fairly even complexion. So which one of those will have to break through and try and challenge the hosts of these British Championships into taking first spot in this third heat? That pack of 3 in the middle there across lane 6 to 4, consisting of City of Oxford in lane 6 with Eleanor McNally, Leicester in lane 5 with Danielle Tomlinson, and also Stockport Metro and Katie Matz. It's certainly looking pretty tight, but having said that, City of Leicester just drop off towards the back end of that leg there. And that means that their case for at least getting a top 3 time may be slightly dented. But we'll have to wait and see about that, as City of Sheffield are still in that length lead that they currently have over Stockport Metro at the moment. On their third leg is Abby Houston. Stockport Metro currently have in the pool Holly Hibbert, and in lane 6 as well, Emily Nesbitt of City of Oxford is tasked with trying to close down that gap between the aforementioned two teams. It's proving to be pretty difficult though. City of Sheffield, certainly a tough nut to crack at the moment, especially Abby Houston, who's maintaining the advantage that her preceding teammates Maya Westlake and Orla Dyer have given her as she goes into the final 25 metres before she makes the final pass over. In lane 6 meanwhile, City of Oxford and Emily Nisbet certainly seem to have the bit between their teeth. Lane 4, they're just pipping out Holly Hibbert and Stockport Metro, but that'll be awfully close. Keep an eye on that battle as we go into the final 100 metres. And still, as we were 200 metres ago, City of Sheffield still the ones leading the way. Darcy Deakin now flying the Steel City flag as she tries to bring home the quickest time in this heat. Looks like they're going to do it at the moment, but let's see what Stockport Metro and City of Oxford have up their sleeves. At the moment, they're focusing on trying to beat each other to at least second as we go on to the final 50. Just leading the way for Stockport Metro is Emma Gage, but not too far behind at all for City of Oxford, Shannon Mother. Those two have been neck and neck all the way through. Both Stockport Metro and City of Oxford have not given each other a metre. Going into the final 25 metres now, who will take the opportunity here to try and surge through in the dying embers of this heat? Just managing to do it is Stockport Metro's Emma Gage, just ahead at the moment of Shannon Moffat. City of Sheffield touching first. Who's got second? It is Stockport Metro and Emma Gage, just ahead of Shannon Moffat and City of Oxford. Very close once again in the battle for second, but it seemed to be a pretty sewn up deal for City of Sheffield around halfway stage. They had a lead that they never wanted to give up, and they were relentless, ruthless, and did just enough as well, with a time of 3:52.88 ahead of Stockport Metro, whose time's 3:55.04. Following on from them, almost a second behind, City of Oxford with a time of 3:55.95. So just a reminder that that is the end of the scheduled events for this morning's session, but we do have the swim-offs coming up as well. And as I said a few moments ago, definitely well worth delaying your lunch break for. Some interesting and compelling action will take place in the pool to decide who will make tonight's finals. It's still certainly all to play for.
Yeah, do stick with us, ladies and gents. 3 swim-offs coming. First one is a 200 IM. Then we've got a 5-way swim-off in the men's 50-metre freestyle, which should be pretty exciting to watch. And then we've got a swim-off from the relay just gone. 3 more exciting races still to come at Ponds Forge this morning. And without further ado, it is time for that first swim-off in the 19 years and over age group in the women's 200 IM. This is the swim-off. So here we go then into the swim-off, ladies and gentlemen. And if you are one of City of Hereford or Aquay Solis, get behind your swimmer. Calypso Harvey goes in lane number 4. Daniela Whitting is in lane number 5. Calypso Harvey from City of Hereford, Daniela Whitting from Aquay Solis. These guys are fighting off for the second reserve spot in the 19 years and over age group final. Both at the time of 2:22.81 in the heats. Who will be first to the wall at the end of the freestyle in around about 125 meters time. Going nicely on the backstroke certainly is Daniela Whitting in lane at number 5 from Acque Solis. And you really start to notice the differences in the individual medley when you have two swimmers swimming one up against each other. Then it becomes very much on who has the better individual strokes. It will change the race completely. Daniela Whitting leads them out. Calypso Harvey is in lane 4, but just starting to gain. This way you see Calypso Harvey. The breaststroke is strong from the city of Hereford swimmer, and she's just starting to gain back some of the advantage she's lost on the fly and the backstroke. Away they go then towards the end of the breaststroke leg. 50 meters still to go. Daniela Whitting leads the way, and she's going to split in at 150 at 147.17. Calypso Harvey about 2 seconds behind with work to do. And Daniela Whitting seems to have found another gear here. Down she comes towards the finish. Calypso Harvey might just have left this too little too late. Daniela Whitting looking very, very strong into the final 20 meters. And Daniela Whitting from Acque Solis looks like she should have this one sewn up. She originally set a time of 2:21.81. She looks to be well inside of that. It's going to be a really quick time this from Daniela Whitting. She does win the swim off 2:20.93. Really quick time. And that earns her second reserve. Really impressive swim from Daniela Whitting. She might be kicking herself. She didn't swim it in the heat a little bit earlier. But second reserve goes to the Acque Solis swimmer, Daniela Whitting. So the next swim-off will be a 5-way swim-off in the men's open 50-meter freestyle. 3 of these swimmers are competing in one age group, 2 of them are competing in another. So here we go then, ladies and gents. This is the men's 50-meter freestyle swim-off. So here we go then. Adam Metcalf, Jack Llewellyn and Joel Thompson in 2, 3 and 4 are all competing for a place in the final of the 50-meter freestyle. Connor Joyce and Jacob Peters in lane 5 and 6 are going for first and second reserve. Earning themselves in a place in the final at the moment is lane 3. That looks like it's Jack Llewellyn who could just snatch it, or will someone get there before him? It's very, very close. Jack Llewellyn gets himself a place in the final. Earning himself first reserve in his final, in his age group, will be Connor Joyce. Jacob Peters earns himself second reserve in that age category. But Jack Llewellyn gets a place in the final. Adam Metcalf is first reserve. Joel Thompson is second reserve. Really nicely done by Jack Llewellyn to get himself a place in the final. Likewise, Connor Joyce gets himself first reserve spot as well. So without further ado, it's time for our final swim-off, our final race of the morning. The men's 14-16 years, 400 meters Freestyle team event swim off.
So, with a place in the final at stake, taking the pool for this one. In lane 4, we have City of Oxford, and leading them on their first leg is Ewan Springer. And in lane 5 is Plymouth Leander A and Adam Davis. Both teams tied from the heats with a time of 3:42.22. Which one of them will be able to improve on that time and pip the other to a place in the final of the men's 14 to 16 year 400 metre freestyle team event. Currently making the positive start at the moment in line 4 is Ewan Springer of City of Oxford, who will now pass over to Daniel Jenkins, and not too far behind him at all, Adam Davis hands over to Hayden Arwan for the second leg of this swim-off. Holding almost a length lead at the moment are City of Oxford and Daniel Jenkins, but he'll be well aware of the pressure coming from behind him of Hayden Arwan. Nothing could separate them in the heats. At the moment here, they are slightly being separated by the positive, pacey start from City of Oxford, but Daniel Jenkins will want to certainly hand over to Luke Wilby in a comfortable position. It'll look difficult to do at the moment, early stages still as we come towards the halfway point, but that gap does seem to be growing between Daniel Jenkins in lane 4 and Hayden Arwan in lane number 5. So taking the plunge into the pool there, Luke Wilby. He's tasked with maintaining and, if possible, extending the lead City of Oxford currently have. Well backed on the far side, the City of Oxford teammates and coaches. They've delayed their lunch break in order to support their relay team here in the 14-16 year age category. Plymouth Leander also being well backed as well. They currently have Sam Daly in the pool, and he is certainly not someone that you'd want to be swimming against at this moment in time. Even if you were in front, Luke Wilby will certainly know that full well. Going into the final 25 metres, you can see the gap between the two has certainly evaporated over the course of the last 50 metres or so, and coming in towards the final 100 metres, this is exactly why we're in this position now. Nothing can split City of Oxford and Plymouth Leander. 100 metres to go. In the pool for City of Oxford, in lane 4 we have Lewis Gilchrist, and in for Plymouth Leander A, lane 5, Oscar Brain. It's a two-way shootout. Lewis Gilchrist lane 4, Oscar Brain lane 5. Who wants it most? Who will take a place in the final? So they will make the turn for the final 50, and it certainly looks as if at the moment Oscar Brain has the initiative. He holds the advantage going into the final 45. What has Lewis Gilchrist got left in the tank to try and catch Oscar Brain, who certainly seems to be surging away with it here for Plymouth Leander? What can City of Oxford produce in the final 15 metres? It's looking very unlikely now. Brilliant stuff from Oscar Brain as he comes in towards the final few metres. Plymouth Leander A have done it. They've got their place in the final of the men's 14 to 16 year 400 metre freestyle team event. A time there of 3:39.13. Albeit City of Oxford did make an improvement on their time from the heats, but it wasn't as big an improvement of Plymouth Leander, who beat their time previously by just over 3 seconds. They did enough to make sure they will be in that final later on tonight.
So that'll do us for this morning, ladies and gents. We do hope you have enjoyed it this Saturday morning here at Ponds Forge. It's been a brilliant session. Let's do it all over again for this evening. We can't wait already. Should be an absolute cracker based on this morning's heats. Thank you to those watching on the live stream. Thank you to our spectators in the venue. And thank you to our officials, who may now leave the poolside.